Hello everybody, it's a special night tonight because it's just myself and Alexis kicking things off for this BMW M2 round here at Valencia. It is the first time I visited this track for an official race. Alexis, what are your thoughts and how are you?
I am doing well. It is great to be here tonight. I mean, I've driven Valencia a little bit in ACC. Definitely not of the M2s, that's for sure. And honestly, it is such a roller coaster of fun. It is fantastic.
I just realised I haven't updated the map there, so we're not going back to Suzuka, so don't get PTSD out there. Let's just head to the track now. I've done maybe 30 laps, 40 laps now, practicing this M2. It's an interesting car. The racing is going to be better than the qualifying in this case. But tonight, the liveries. Now, we haven't asked anyone to submit brand new liveries just for the M2 because that's a lot of work for 1 week. But what we've done is we're going to throw the old liveries from the GT3 straight onto the cars. So this could be an absolute abomination.
Oh dear, this could be interesting.
But I've taken a quick squeeze, and there's some very, very good options out there, and there's some quite tragic ones as well. But why not? So, how many laps have you reckon you've done in Valencia, Alexis?
I wouldn't know. I know I've sort of swapped between a few cars, like the Ferrari, Porsche, Merc, and all that. I'd say about 30, 40 laps or so. I haven't done a whole lot of Valencia, but from what I've driven, it is fantastic. Love it.
Yeah, I'm a massive fan of this track. Gives me a few vibes. Mazzano mixed with Barcelona, mixed with the Hungaroring. Kind of like that little go-karty type circuit, because it is a MotoGP track. I do believe the F1 Academy use this track from this year onwards. Next year's the FIA Motorsport Games will be held here, so I think they spent a bit of money just getting it up to scratch a little bit more in recent times. But tonight we've got the little M2 BMW. It's got no brakes. It's got 7 gears. I only use 2 of them. Go figure. Time-wise, I would say low 44s will get you to that pointy end. Anything to the 45s is pretty good. But it all depends on how they've done their practice.
Yes, that is going to be the interesting part. Now, I believe Formula E actually used Circuit Ricardo Tormo as a test track as well. So it does get used for a fair few series, and I'm glad it does because it's a very, very good track. But yeah, it is primarily a motorbike track, as you can tell by some of the core names. Sasha takes a few liberties, as you can on the outside of turn 1 there, coming out the pits.
Yeah, you've got to be very careful with our new sporting code, especially in that race. You don't want to cross that pit exit line. Pit entry line's pretty impossible to do, but exit line, got to be very careful. But yeah, it's used for Formula E, that, as you said. The track record around here is in a GP2 car, 1 minute 21.
I don't think we'll get anywhere near that tonight.
I think we're about 22 seconds off the pace at least. 22,
yeah,
23.
Just
about. What other times? Super 200s, Super 2000s. Their best time was a 42.4. So the M2 is up there for one of the slowest cars that have raced around this track, but that doesn't mean it won't be good racing.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, typically, the slower the car, the better racing you get. I mean, there's a reason why a lot of people like watching the little XLs going around in Australia.
Oh, yes. And a pretty cheapish series to get into motorsport-wise if you're looking to race. My friends and I were looking at getting a little XL to do down here, but it's just about finding the time. This track as well is another thing you'll find is, I guarantee you, not everyone will get a qualifying lap in these 15 minutes. Very easy to extend.
Well, the car itself is very, very different to what you get in the GT3 car. No, that is not a track extend. For some reason,
no,
the game
that's
actually does allow you to go out onto
it
the
does.
AstroTurf at that one specific place.
It allows you to really smash that outside green part of this circuit.
That's definitely one of the stupidest parts of the track, but it rules the rules. That's what the game allows.
Yep. A couple of other corners are a bit more strict. There's a nasty chicane right at the end. And a few of those corners through here are pretty nasty as well. But you just want to get that banker lap in, because even a banker lap here, you're probably going to still be in that top 10 if you get it right. Because it's easy to make a mistake and easy not to get a lap hooked up.
Certainly so. So drivers out there will just need to ensure that they keep within the bounds of the track on their first lap, then they can really push.
What do we reckon our pole lap's going to be? I'm going to say 44.2.
44.3.
Oh, all right. So anything 44.2 downs me. I think you've done well there. Just pinch me out. Looks like we've got 25 tonight. There's a bit on tonight as well. There's some stupid sport called rugby league having some stupid event. So
never heard of it.
Yeah. Apparently that's on. There's SRL's on as well. There's a 44.6 to kick things off by Sasha Death.
Bit of pace in that one. Here's Ashwin Reynolds, who's getting a bit of a slipstream up to the line from another BMW there. And Ashwin Reynolds goes up into P3 of a 45.1. So Death at the moment looking like the fast man out there.
I don't mind that livery actually working on that car. You just don't want to zoom in.
It looks a bit more chaotic, but I don't mind it, yeah.
Splash of a couple of colours. State of Origin is mid. Look, if you like it, you like it.
And if you like it, you're wrong. No, I've never really gotten into much of the rugby.
Oh, I lived in Coffs Harbour for 6 months. I've never been a rugby person. From where I'm from, it's not really in the top 27 sports in the state. But I lived in Coffs Harbour for 6 months, which was the home of the Wallabies. And oh my goodness, that was eye-opening. Don't be a Queenslander and walk into the Plantation Hotel during an Origin match.
Oh dear, that sounds, quite chaotic, that's for sure.
Tonight, I don't think we've got any debutantes racing, but those that are racing at SRO compete tonight, so they're not in this round. So there's a big opportunity here for points for those that are just outside that top 3, top 5. So I do expect the likes of Reynolds, Death to really be pushing. Even Austin McNeil has been showing a lot of pace lately.
Well, currently, McNeil is in the standings.
There we go, 44.4.
We're getting closer.
Did a full lap there with Reynolds, who moves up into P3. I could have sworn Jordan Moss was just pro. Am I going blind? I swear that was a pro.
I think you might be going blind.
Oh, God. Yeah, probably. Could be worse. Jack Steele. I don't think Jack's going to last in Pro-Am.
Moss is Pro-Am.
Yeah, I swear it said earlier Pro. I have no idea why. But we'll kick it over. Jack Steele in the Pro-Am class. He's currently up 0.8. No, I'll take that back. He's up nearly 1 second. I don't think this man's going to stay in Pro-Am class for very long as he moves up to P3. Huge lap.
Very nice there by Mr. Steele.
They're making lies out of me so far. There's only 2 drivers that haven't set a lap yet. Rusty and Jake.
See if Rusty can get a lap down. He's he's in the first sector at the moment. Whereabouts is Jake on track?
Not too far ahead, a few quarters ahead.
Yeah.
Shout out to Sean Muller. He's I think he's still at the MCG or somewhere with Essendon. They got another win. I don't even know where they played. Nah, rest up, mate. Hope you're feeling better soon.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shawnee's out tonight with a bit of a illness, so hope you get well soon, man. And looking forward to getting back in the commentary booth with you.
Meanwhile, Jack Steele is really trying to get that Pro Class badge tonight. Oh, it's a very strange car. If you've never driven it, it's got 7 gears, but you never ever. That's wide. You never need to use 7th.
Right.
I don't even think you can use this on a highway in real life. It's like such a cruising gear, and first and second's just not worth your time, even at a little fiddly track like this.
Wow, just yeah, looking at the gearing, it's all very interesting as we look at Simon Scanlon, Mr. Spidey, as he's up about 9/10 of a second. Now this corner can really bite if you get it wrong. He gets a nice, maybe gets a little bit of a drift, but he keeps it within the bounds of the track.
Cannot stand that corner.
It's certainly a tricky one. The curb on the outside there can really impact your runners. Scanlon gets a great run out of the final corner. Can he keep it in the bounds of the track? Yes, he can. So he's about 8/10 up. This is going to prove him up plenty of positions. It should get him towards the top 10. No, 12. So he's got a little bit more to find, but nice positioning improvement there for some Scanlanders. Max Fry just runs wide and has to let the driver behind go.
Yeah, Scanlon was the winner of the best of the rest again last week.
Pretty good.
Oh,
that's a bit wide there by T-Mac, and he's had enough of those tyres.
Yeah, so last week's award winners, driver of the day was Bakita with an absolutely stellar drive at Suzuka. Sportsmanship award went to Ashland Reynolds. Best of the rest was Simon Scanlon. That's the second time and in consecutive weeks that he's won best of the rest, and Bakita was the winner of the livery of the round. We won't do livery of the round this week because there shouldn't be one.
They're all a bit of a mess.
A horrific beauty. Might go on board with the driver for a full lap in car. We'll go on board with yeah, I thought so. Had a feeling the sound was gone. Does that line up nicely or not? I can fix that. There we go. So it was like that because I was racing before. Good old driving. So Scott Blair up 4/10 at the moment. That's actually quite loud. Is that better, chat? Now, the racing's going to be super tight because these things aren't very quick. It's just if you know how to use the brakes and get the brakes to work and the car to rotate, you're going to have a very good time out in the race. But I do expect a few drivers to go pretty deep, especially from lap 2, 3 onwards. I find the braking powder's better cold.
Speaking deep, that was very wide from Blair, and he's had enough. So run very deep into that tricky hairpin where you're braking while you're turning, and he's pulled it back into the pits and will go again for presumably one more run.
McNeil though on track here for a 44, nearly dead. 44-1 at the moment. Don't be too quick, mate. I want to get this bet correct.
Well, I mean, you did say anything under a 44-2 and it's yours.
True. At the moment, you're in the box seat. Will we see 43 tonight? Oh, I'm not sure. It's definitely possible. That's pretty deep. It's going to lose a couple of tenths there at least. Yeah. So easy to do. okay. This corner is trashed here.
Curb on the outside, yeah, he hits it a fair bit. That's going to lose him some time going down this not so straight into the final corner at Adrian Campos. And yeah, he's lost all the time. Does he gain much on exit? He might find maybe just a slither of improvement, but I don't think it's going to be enough. No, not quite. 44.48.
Reynolds would have had pole, but it's invalid. 44.402 was that invalid lap. He'll get another couple of runs. Benjamin Piper. He's in the 11th at the moment. With the Per Mobile livery. If you could work that one out.
I think that one's more of a Mobile that one this weekend. Or this week, I should say. Yeah, there's a few liveries that are maybe just a bit of a mess. I don't know what's even going on with Glover's.
Lots of things. Yeah, this is the BMW M2 GT3. It's actually an in-joke, but everyone thought I just made a mistake. Oh, that was beautifully done there.
Lost a fair bit on the exit though, just hitting that curb. Lost about a tenth of a second, but he's gone quite deep on the brakes. Can he pull it up? No,
Invalid.
he cannot.
But every driver has said a lot. They've made a liar out of me. Well, that's fine.
Commentators curse, but for good reasons this time.
Yeah. I'd like to see everyone get a lap in. Now, if it gets wet, if it does rain, that'll be very interesting because I don't think any single person on the planet has practiced wet racing in this car. And if you have, God, you have some time on your hands.
Moves up a position up to P23. Here is Scotty Blair, who's on a nice lap at the moment, about half a second up. He's going to the middle sector now. This is a very tricky part of the circuit. You got to get tight to the apex and run it out wide on the exit before you have a very tricky braking point coming up. That's going while you're turning into the hairpin. Does he get it pulled up nicely, or maybe just a little bit wide? But it was fairly well executed there. Now into Mullick's favourite corner on the track.
Absolutely.
Keeps it in fourth through there. Doesn't get a lot of the curb, so could not lose too much. Oh, okay, that's a bit of decent there, but now it's got to be vital to brake at the right point there. Keeps in third. Does he keep it on the track? Yes, he will. And he's going to run to the line now. Oh, he's only up 2.5 tenths. That might improve him up one position. Does up to P9. Meanwhile, we're waiting on McNeil, who's about 2 tenths up, 10th up. Oh no, he's done.
What was that camera, by the way? Sitting on the grass, having a picnic.
But at this stage, it looks like a 44.4 is going to be your pole time tonight for Split Yellow.
Which means, well done.
Hooray!
Austin was just teasing me there. Still got Riley Price running around. He's down, 3 tenths. He's going to give it all the beans through the chicane, which is actually called Champi Herreros, to turn 13, which has no name.
And I wouldn't really call it a chicane, more just a
abomination.
Terrible, no good 90-degree corner.
Oh, I call it a chicane because it just reminds me of pain.
Ah, yes.
Now, turn 2 is called Doin. I'm going to assume that's after Mick.
Yes, that is after Mick, given his motorcycle racing heritage.
Yeah, he was not too shabby, wasn't he?
Yeah, just not too shabby. Just a few championships here and there.
Man with too much talent.
And the son called Jack.
What's your thoughts on Jack?
He's
No one's watching.
Certainly something.
He is certainly something.
On his day, can be very good, very quick. When it's not his day, he's hitting the wall at Monaco and then having a suspension failure because of it, leading to a burning car.
Yeah, not ideal. Evan says, I didn't know that the brake bias isn't adjustable. Most of the stuff on this car is not adjustable.
Very much a spec series through and through.
Yep. Traction control 1, ABS 1. I've seen a few brave people use traction control 0, which is interesting. Other than that, you can't change much else. You just got to send it. As Pooch was saying, it's a pretty hard car to overtake on, mainly because it's just got no acceleration. You're just relying on someone just to go deep. So many switchbacks tonight. Yeah, braking zones are long, but it's all about trying to make that ABS not engage. It's a bit of a catch-22, this car. You want to brake hard, but you don't want to brake too hard, but you have to brake hard. So, yeah.
So pretty much the ABS is just there as the final safeguard.
Yeah. Just get that trail braking going from a bit further back. The brake markers are similar to GT3. Maybe a couple of corners a little bit different, and depending on your tyre life and your temps, that might extend it out. I always found the first laps, it feels amazing, but it's the outlap.
Yes.
And it's just downhill from there, but no, just take some practice.
20 seconds.
My tip tonight will be McNeil picking up a win, Reynolds P2,
10 seconds.
Jack Steele P3.
Mine prediction's going to be Jack Steele gets a nice promotion to pro with a win tonight from Austin McNeil, then Sasha Douse.
Nice. John, it's not just me that feels that way then. My outlaps feel like I am literally Max Verstappen.
And then your next lap, it makes you feel like you're Nicholas Latifi.
Oh, wow. That's a big drop-off. Thanks, Nick, for that, Alexis. I would have accepted anyone below Max, but
well,
it could be worse. It could be Stroll. He's still hitting walls in Monaco.
Could be worse. It could be Taki Inoue.
Who's that?
He used to be in F1. Probably one of the worst F1 drivers in existence.
Yeah, he doesn't sound crash hot. Just going to throw a
One of his most infamous moments in F1 was at the Hungarian Grand Prix after his Footworks Arrows entry. Decided to cork it. He went to get a fire extinguisher and got run over by the course car.
What?
That's pretty much his claim to fame.
That's not ideal.
And now he pretty much just takes the piss out of himself online.
Not too bad.
He was never a good F1 driver, but he's a legend. Meanwhile, the safety car is really going for it now, but the non-Bentley safety car will find its way into pit lane very, very shortly.
I don't even know if I posted the right thing there. Car 33, starting from the pit lane. Bold strat. Let's see if it plays out. Alright, I'll call the start. How's that sound?
Sounds chaotic. I love it.
No, last week it was wicked. Alrighty, 25 drivers here for Valencia. We're in the BMW M2 for a spec round. It's the first time I visited Valencia, and we're away. It's green flags as they fly down the straight at 3 kilometres an hour, and there's already wheel banging. It's a very interesting car as they come down to turn 1 for the first time. There's a couple of 3 wides. There's a couple of horrible camera angles on the main straight, and it just feels like it's a safety car because it's going so slow. Oh, 3 wide. Is everyone going to pull up in time? Scott Blair is caught in a little bit of a sandwich there, and not one that he would want to be in. But so far, it is all green flags. We're going to see some great racing tonight. A lot of wheel banging. Hopefully no Kunos physics when it comes to contact. But from what I've experienced in this car, it's a lot of fun wheel to wheel. Especially when you get your tyre temps up. Austin McNeil, great little start there. Death P2, Reynolds P3. Already moved up a position. Jack Steele P4. Has Reynolds moved up or does he start P3?
Reynolds has moved up. Steele has dropped a position.
Oh, little bit of a bang there. But no one is off track at the moment. You'll definitely tell who's had a bit of practice heading into this race. That's going to be pretty deep. Can Glover pull it up? Nice little move.
Very neat move there by Sean Glover. But it's still got car on his outside. Looking on board now with Josh Hill. I believe it is Scanlon as that Hill's now got to get involved in this. Are they going to go 3 wide through this wide section of the track going into the final quarter exiting Campos? Looks like Scanlon's managed to hold on. Oh, that's Josh Hill up the inside of Glover, and does he get it done?
Cheeky.
That was a very late move, but very well executed.
Awesome first lap there here by Split Yellow, as old mate Austin McNeil has shot away. Reynolds is up to P2. Already made 2
Def's
positions.
dropped back. Def's down to P6.
We'll try and find out. That's very wide. Maybe that's where she went wide. That's going to be a contact.
Yeah, it's the first bit of contact, and there's more to it. But it looks like most drivers have been able to avoid it, as there's going to be a bit more wheel banging there, going into very tricky section of the track. I mean, the entire track's just very tricky, especially in these sorts of cars.
Yeah, looks Max Fry's got a bit deep under brakes there and made contact with a couple of cars, one spin. We were predicting that to happen at least some stage tonight as we just cycle back up through the front. Austin McNeil leading the way so far. It's a 60-minute race. 1 mandatory stop for tyres. That's a little send there from Riley, getting very racy. He's up 3 positions.
That's a great move from Riley, but he's allowed Jack Steele to get back up the inside with the better run. Who's going to hold it through this tight right-hander? Looks like Jack Steele's got it right.
On 2 wheels.
Riley Price is still there. Riley Price is going to have to go up the inside at the final quarter. No, he's backed out of it, but has still gone a bit too deep. I reckon he has. Now Price is going to... Is he going to get the run? Or it's going to be very, very tight going into the first corner. But McNeil out front is running away with it.
He's loving this car. 44.4. Lap 3. Riley, is he going to have a look? He's been left some space. And he obliges. Jordan Moss making the most of that as well. He's just got on the inside of who's that again? That is Jack Steele. So he's up amongst it here. Sasha Death, who was up in the top 3. I think started P2. He's dropped down to P6. You get away with it because the car on the outside's just going to naturally fade out to the outside even further.
Oh no,
and that's contact. That's Scott Blair.
Scotty Blair, maybe just a little bit over eager. But yeah, there's a lot going on in this one so far, as we expected. That meant that Jack Steele's had to drop back behind Tom McDonald. Although Steele's going to try and have a go. McDonald, does he? Yeah, he makes the corner easily.
Just trying to find the point of the race where Sasha lost a few positions. Found it.
I wonder if it was a similar deal to how Steele lost those positions, just getting mugged by everyone. Or was it a mistake into this
Hermanos.
notorious right-hander? Oh dear.
Oh, good save overall. That's where she lost a few positions though.
That's unfortunate from Sasha.
So Austin, 2.7 sets of 4. That's pushing the limits there. I do expect we'll see a couple of drive-throughs for track limits. We saw a lot in the rookie series. There was one split that I had, I think, 1 for the whole, and then there was another split that had like 6. But lots of good battles. Benjamin Piper, he's got Carson right up his tail.
Passing that red ring of death Xbox 360 livery. That's what I'm gonna call it, this one.
Did you ever own an Xbox?
Got one in my room.
Did you ever get red rings of death of the 360?
No, I've got a later model.
Did you ever have a 360?
Yeah, I've got the 360, yeah.
Are you too young to have the original Xbox?
Oh, we've got an original Xbox, yeah.
And those controllers that are like 3 kilometers wide?
Oh, no. Well, we don't have the Duke control. Well, we have the update control that they released.
Oh, the original wide one. They're so big, and
Oh, they're huge.
the cabling would always break.
Oh,
So you had to
dear.
hold it a certain way. Yeah,
Max Fry has a big penalty drive-through for course their collision on lap 2. I think that was expected.
Yeah, we saw that live. He's been racing very well though this season, so I think everyone can afford a mistake here and there.
Especially when you're driving cars that aren't the usual that you'd be going for.
Yeah, will he take it straight away? I think he will.
Yeah,
He
no
gets
reason
in.
to hold off. Although you don't lose as much with a drive-through of these cars as you would other cars, given how slow they are.
I mean, I'm very interested to see over 60 minutes how long these battles can stay with a smaller a grid. That's a new word I made up. Than normal.
Maulerer.
Smaller up.
Wonderful.
Because at the moment, if you look through from P4 down to P11, all the gaps are less than 1 second.
You love to see
You
it.
love to see it. So McNeil, Reynolds, and Price. Price is showing a lot of pace. Started
Yeah,
P6 and it's gone.
Riley Price has shown signs of great promise throughout his time in the Sprint Series so far, and it's good to see that the fruits of his efforts are finally paying off.
Oh, absolutely. Sasha's recovered up to P4. That's going to be wide. Oh, it's surprising, and the BMW sometimes does actually struggle over a couple of different curbs here.
To be fair, I think every car struggles over that curb that he nearly lost it on there.
But if I was to hit it over a curb, I'd take this thing. Little thing. Do they actually have a
Certainly
BMW
little.
MT? They have an actual series of this. And where do they race? What type? Oh, that's definitely.
Oh, that's very wide there, Josh Morgan.
Just dipped his toes into Portugal there. So that'll be a track limit warning, I reckon.
Yeah, just maybe.
And look behind. It's just car after
There's a
car.
nice gaggle there with was that Blair and Carson, but Blair holds off for now. I think he's just learnt a bit of a lesson from the incident they had with Steele. Wouldn't be surprised if there's an invoice coming for that. But yeah, there's a few cars queued up behind Josh Morgan, and he himself is queued up behind Moss and Death. A nice row of cars. And even with the BMW botched liveries, I still love Moss's Commodore 64 livery. You
It's
just
a
can't
winner.
beat it. Oh, that's deep from Benny Piper. There's a little bit of contact.
Yeah, it was a bit cheeky. I think he
Yeah,
just tricked himself there.
Yeah, may have just gone a touch deep on the brakes there. Now, Blair and Carson, these two have been going at it for a little while now. Can Blair get up the inside? Oh God, he's going to go for it. Does he pull it up in time? I think he will. And he gets it nicely done.
Nice
with
overtake.
Scotty Blair. That final corner looks like it's going to be prime opportunity for most drivers tonight.
Yeah, it's interesting lines into that corner. I feel like you got to turn in a little bit later, but when you do turn in, it's a lot sharper. You can really narrow it and you're just waiting and waiting and waiting to get on the throttle.
Blair went very wide there. That's allowed Carson straight back up the inside, but Blair's going to try and hold the extra speed. But no, I think Carson's got it back. So Blair with the mistake and Carson's capitalized.
Just see, just trying to throw that front right around and rotate the car to look for the switch or in the inside. Blair's looking very racy and probably out of position where we'd expect him. Carson doing very well in that battle.
Holding really well as Carson, yes. But they do need to be careful. Spidey is hanging there behind.
Scanlon will be wanting to get into this top 10. He's had a couple of P11s in a row, I believe. He'll be loving it out there at the moment in this car. And Scanlon and Blair, teammates in the past. Drive through there for Horsell. Lap 3.
Good to see the stewards are being nice and aggressive on those penalties early on.
Will Blair try again on the inside of the final corner? No, but the car ahead did. Is it McLean getting past Piper? It was.
Now Piper's going to have a go around the outside. You're not going to get it done there, son.
He's got to leave that space on the outside. But he's in a good spot to defend the corner, McLean. And it is...
Does Piper get a good run? Oh, he does. He's going to go up the inside. The front end of that BMW looks broken with the way that paint's come out on the livery. Oh,
little wiggle.
This is going to be nice side-by-side action. Can McLean dive it back up the inside and get it done? Yes, he can. And now that's opened the door for Carson to get by Piper. Will Blair want to have a go? He's going to go for all. Carson does not get a great exit. So now it's Blair side-by-side. Scanlon's going to have a go at Blair. It's all kicking off now here in Split Yellow. Piper trying to hold there up the inside. Blair holding around the outside. Now who gets into the next corner? We've got turn 7 now. Turn 8. Will Piper try and dive up the inside? Will Blair brake deep enough? Oh, up ahead. McLean runs wide, so that allows Carson to get side by side. Everything is happening in this battle pack. So McLean defends. But still Piper and Blair going side by side, and Blair's got it done now. So finally, the order here is settled, but I don't think it's going to be settled for very long.
Oh, this is some of the best racing you'll see. Jesse loves defending, and he's a very good defender, and he's not shy on defending. Blair's going to look on the inside here of Carson at the final corner. He gets his move done last time, and he's not got a great run out. It looks like Piper's got a good run out. And again, this little gaggle of cars down the main straight. They're going to head to turn 1 side by side by side.
Scanlon's pretty much giving Blair a bump draft up towards turn 1.
This is what we wanted to see.
And Scanlon's the one that's backed out, but although everyone else has gone wide, so Scanlon will now be able to capitalize on Benny Piper. Looks like Carson was able to stay ahead of Blair, but Blair is right in it in that orange and black car. Now he's gonna go side by side. I don't think he's gonna get around the outside there unless you're really brave. Oh, there was nearly contact made. Now Blair's switched to the inside, which again goes to the outside. Now, can Scanlon try and make something out of this, or is he just gonna bide his time? Now you can get around the outside there. There's enough rotation, enough camber to get you around the outside there, and Blair does it. Very nicely done. Now here comes Scanlon. He's holding back for now as Piper nearly into the back of the pink BMW.
This has allowed Jesse to get away a little bit.
Yeah, Jesse's got a great gap now.
So it's Blair, Carson, Scanlon, and Piper.
Oh, that's very wide
They're
from
three
both
wide.
Carson and Blair in
Oh,
contact.
that's not what you wanted. Oh, the man on the outside that had nothing to do with that is the one that gets spun.
Oh dear.
So that's killed that four-way battle off. Piper,
No.
he's gone from fourth in that battle up to P2 and looking to get past Scanlon and Will. Can Scanlon get a good run out of the last corner? And he does. I wouldn't say slipstream is magical in these cars, but it's better than a kick in the teeth.
Or a spin at a corner.
Oh, I think he's close. No, he's going to be. He's going to try and spook him deep and wide. But Piper does well.
Yeah, Piper did very well there. Now, Carson's back into this battle, or Piper runs wide. Scanlon try and stick the nose up. He had a go, but wasn't able to get anything out of it. All this has done is it's brought McDonald into the equation. Look at him now, just there in the background.
Yeah, he's 3 or 4 seconds behind. And a man loves an overtake, so I'd be keeping an eye out on Tom. I'm not too far behind Tom. Nope, never mind. He's a fairway back because someone has just spun. And that was Robinson. He was close and he's returned to pit. So I'm not sure what's happened there. Maybe a tech issue. That is a send.
Oh,
As he put it up in time. Good peace of mind there by Piper. They're going to go side by side through this little technical part of the circuit. I love this corner. It's very tricky to get right. Very technical. And Piper hangs on for now. Let's go on board with Tom McDonald. He's ready to pounce on any mistakes here. Through my favourite corner.
If there's even a sniff of an opportunity, McDonald will go for it as Scanlon gets very loose. That's going to allow Carson around the outside into Adrian Campos. Carson does have to go quite wide. Can he pull it up in time? Yes, he can. Oh, there's nearly contact there, side by side. Side drive going on. It's going to be very, very tight going into turn one between these two. That's allowed Benny Piper just to stretch out a bit of a margin. Carson gets it done. So nicely done there by Carson on the maybe the suboptimal line. Gets the move done around the outside.
Scott Blair, 8.2 seconds back from this battle. Still 41 minutes to go and one pit stop, so hopefully he can recover and get amongst it again. He's got a fight with Glover at the moment. Out the front though, McNeil, absolutely loving life. 5.2 seconds adrift of anyone. And that anyone is Ashlyn Reynolds, who's not too shy behind the wheel. Maybe my top two prediction all right. I don't know who I said for P3.
I don't know who you said for
I
P3.
can't remember. I'll say Price. Look like.
Yeah. Either way, Riley Price is having a
Oh,
brilliant
Steele,
race out there so far.
who's had his pit stop and he's down in P24.
Meanwhile, here's Scanlon again, still on the back of Carson. Jesus, well, Pack has just calmed down a bit ever since we had a few laps of chaos. It's wide there from McDonald behind.
So let's get back further to Scott Blair. We'll try and find that replay in a sec. See if that... Oh, he's pitting. Could be a very good idea. He would have used a lot of his tyres in those battles. And that spin. So hopefully he gets some fresh air when he comes out. It's a big, mega second stint. Try and find the replay.
In the meantime, we keep an eye on what is going on between Carson and Scanlon. This is still a nice tight battle on track. Scanlon looks like he wants to get ahead of the other BMW. Of course, everyone driving the M2 tonight. We'll see what Scanlon can conjure up as we take a look at the replay. Now, both these drivers go very, very wide. Scanlon comes up the inside. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Yeah, he didn't quite hug the inside apex there.
No.
Across the line of Carson, I think, and the rest was history.
Yep. I feel there'll be a bit of an invoice, and as we say, stop and
there
go
you go.
10. Oof. That's a hefty penalty. So Scanlon's race in that instance is pretty much over. He'll need to come in pretty much immediately. But yes, the stewards are very, very angry as we see Jesse McLean come into the pits.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's just steering clear of the time penalties when it comes to large contacts that spins cars, especially if we're a bit more on the reckless end. That's pretty wide.
Oh dear. Yeah, things are not going very well for Simon Scanlon tonight.
Oh, they're going well, just that mistake he made, and it cost you a bit. But there's been 3 drivers, I think, that have already had drive-throughs, either the track limits or penalties. So he's going to be fighting those guys. Just got an extra 10 seconds on top of it. I don't know what the pit delta is here.
I would have no idea in these cars, as that is very wide from Sasha Death. Still clear enough from Jordan Moss. But Carson's been able to catch up to the back of Piper again. So this battle will continue in some capacity, as Faber picks up a 15-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 11.
Scott Blair's come out. You can see there that he didn't have a drive-through or any penalty, and he's P4 out of those that have pitted. Are those deltas absolutely munted?
There. That looks a bit better. Oh dear. Oh dear, Sean Glover. What has happened?
I don't know. But I don't think that's the racing line.
It's the racing line if you want to get to the Barcelona-Catalunya circuit. Which, I mean, why would you want to do that?
Robertson has not left the pit lane after being teleported to the pits.
That is unfortunate. Here is Michael Manns in the Kovacs Kiwi Racing entry. Doesn't look as spectacular in its BMW form, but the black and the white still works well enough, although it's a bit uneven. You still get the little crystals there on one side of the car.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened to Glover. Just watching the replay back, he left pit lane, was changing gears, and then he just kept going straight. So stewards will take a look and have a chat and see what's going on.
Megan has confirmed that the race director has cranky pants on tonight. Boys, is Cordier up the inside of Shackelford. Gets it up the inside at Adrian Campos, the final corner, and easily done by Nick Accordio.
Yeah, nice move. Quite a few of these drivers raced on Saturday in the Suzuka 12 hour. So I'd hope a lot of them took a nice little break over the last few days.
Yeah, that race was certainly a tiring one.
All endurances are pretty much like that, aren't they?
Yeah.
Some a little bit more than others. Depends, obviously, if you've got 3, 2, 4 drivers in your team.
Or one.
Or 1 if your name's Patrick Oliver. Felt bad to DQ him afterwards, but
Rules are rules.
he knew that heading in before he started that was the case. He actually told me he was going to do the first 8 hours and then pull up stumps. But the max driver time was a bit broken, so he just said, I'll just keep going.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
So, in a team event, every driver must do at least 1 stint. That's a little bit deep there by Rusty. But still, 12 hours at Suzuka by yourself. Craziness. I couldn't do it.
Neither. I could barely do 2 stints, let alone a full race.
This looks like this is the new black here for battles. We've got John Stockton leading the way from Perkins and Fry. Fry with that.
Well, that's wide from
early.
Stockton though. Can he hold on through the corner? Oh no, there's contact. Oh dear.
And that's a curse. I will not call that again. I like that livery though, Stocko.
Yeah, that's nice livery on that BMW. Now Fry will be chasing after Perkins. The Scotty Blair on the back of Tom McDonald, trying to work his way back up the field. He's got to get a nice exit. Can he hold up the inside? Gonna be tight on. There's a little bit of contact.
There with the Kith.
A wee whittle kiff.
Another
Oh, dear,
Kith.
Did a return serve there from McDonald, and McDonald's going to go up the inside and nearly another kiss. But Blair gets it done.
All the kisses.
Scanlon's not done his drive-through and has been disqualified. Oh, it was a stop-go 10, but he hasn't done it.
That's unfortunate.
So he's been disqualified.
What about top 3?
Here
Yeah,
is
Pitted,
Reynolds is in the pits. So Ashton Reynolds is one of your first front runners to come into the pit lane. Pull in, go through the car of Scanlon. Cordier must have made a mistake somewhere. He's let Shackelford back through as Perkins picks up a 15-second penalty for the incident we saw before with Stockton. Currently the lead car who has done a pit stop is Jesse McLean. Currently 6.6 seconds behind Perkins. We'll see where the likes of, well, we'll see where Reynolds comes out as he has completed his pit stop now and will be moving. Oh, this is side by side again between Blair and McDonald, and going into the same corner. This is going to be tight. McDonald holds the line, but not going to get a very good exit out of the corner. Can Blair attack? Going to try around the outside, get them better line through the final corner. There's a little bit of contact. Maybe just that little bit of a bump draft.
If anything, it's cost him space and pace.
Certainly. As there is a errant yellow flag on the pit straight because someone is stopped in pit lane. In fact, that is just the disqualified car of Scanlon. So there is a yellow flag on pit straight. I hope you enjoy that. Oh, that Blair's going to have to go a long way around. McDonald defends the inside and holds it well. But Reynolds has come out in nice bit of space between himself and McLean. He's got about 15 seconds, 17 seconds actually, between himself and McLean, and about 5 seconds to man's in front as Riley Price is in the pits.
John, if you were going into Max Fry as an amazing fast food place, what would you order, mate? These are the big questions we need to ask on this stream. I'd have to get a corn jack. Staple of any Australian diet.
The potato cake that's been sitting in the
Babe.
hob for about 2 years.
The old Bain Marie.
Yes. Yeah, either the potato cake that's been sitting there for about 2 years, or the sweet chili tenders that's been sitting in there for about 4.
I got a funny story. My mate and I travelled to Darwin with my girlfriend accompanying me as well, and we toured from Darwin to Broome, and our goal was to stop at every shop on the way to Broome and grab something out of a Bain Marie, because my mate loved that type of food. And it turned into a joke that because he didn't have a girlfriend, it was his Bay Marie.
Ah,
yeah, so
yes.
we went along like that for a while. No, that's not the funny part. The funny part is Scott Blair has a bit of a look. He tucks in. Fast forward a few years. He's got 2 kids and a wonderful girlfriend.
Two secs. That was very, very wide from McDonald. That's allowed Blair up the inside. This is going to be very, very tight. They're going to go side by side. McDonald back up the inside. Gets a dump at Blair. Does he get the better exit? Is he going to have push for it? No, he tucks back in. But this battle is continuing on. No, it looks like Blair's just lost a bit of time. But McDonald's taking the defensive inside line. Is that going to cause any issues on the exit? Oh, nice and tight. McDonald's been very, very defensive right now. Is Blair going to try and go for it around the outside? Yes, he is. He's going to try and take that outside line. This is very tight racing. Blair gets a decent exit. There's nearly contact between them. They got very tight. And now there is contact and McDonald is around. Blair pulls up and looks like he's going to redress the position. But yeah, that was solely unfortunate there. But the battle will rage on. Continue.
Nah, story's dead more than bloody Lance Stroll's Aston. Scott Blair doing nice things there to redress that position.
Definitely, that was the right call from him in the end.
Yeah, just unfortunate. It's got a little bit tangled. You probably still pick up a penalty, which is the way it works with the penalty points and causing incidents, but at least they can still have a battle out on track. Just a tight little section of the track, and there's a couple of different spots that drivers do brake in that little section. Just, nowhere to go. A bit late. So, again, nice of him to redress. Now, with the redressing rules in OOR, you don't have to redress because you're not going to guarantee to have a penalty removed, because if you've caused contact, the way the licensing works and the penalty points works is that contact will get you a penalty, and that penalty will get you penalty points. So if you want to be a gentleman, you're more than welcome to redress. You probably get a Christmas card still, but sometimes it's worth just continuing on, especially if the other car's spun around and you're parked on an apex waiting for them to get back on track. It's a little bit dangerous.
In those instances, it's definitely best to just keep moving along. But out front, McNeil is holding the provisional lead from Reynolds as Hill comes into the pits. Currently, though, it's Death out front. Death overcomes all.
It's definitely a last name that's dangerous in motorsport.
Certainly. But Piper is holding nicely ahead of Steele. Steele's been able to make up a few positions after being unfortunately spun around earlier on the race.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a drive-through penalty yet for track limits, just for incidents.
Just an incident.
Yep. Oh, he's planning to get 3 in the first half of the race. No, I bet you don't get any.
Well, now you've jinxed it.
No. He'll be fine.
Oh, these two are still going at it, Blair and McDonald. This is a ding-dong battle that will likely go to the end. Oh dear, they're going to go side by side through this section again, are they? No.
Yeah, good covering off there by McDonald.
As Blair does, in fact, pick up the penalty for the contact on lap 18 with McDonald. But that's not going to stop him from having a nice battle with him. But look at how much closer he is coming out that little cheeky hairpin. There you go, another tricky hairpin. And he's going to try and go around the outside again. We know what happened last time. Does Blair hold in there? No, he's leaving a bit more room. McDonald cuts across to take the normal line. Blair tries and find a way around, but cannot do so.
It won't be too long till Jack's still behind and catches up to these two. He's going to a few tenths this lap.
Yeah, only 1.7 behind these two. Having a solid race here. Well, solid comeback, I should say, is Steele, as McDonald runs very, very wide out of that final corner at Campos. Now Blair is right back in it, getting a nice slipstream as they go through the ghost yellow.
I tell you what, I bet you Scott will be having great fun with this. He probably wouldn't be too worried about the position, just enjoying the wheel-to-wheel battle here with Tom.
Well, it's not very often you get this sort of wheel-to-wheel action in such capacity.
Not lap after lap after lap.
No way. He's trying to try around the outside. McDonald is defending really well though.
Oh, Meg, I think he's meaning for track limits. Yeah, Tom's putting his car in the right spots.
Blair's got some overspeed now out of the corner. He's going to try around the outside. McNeil sets fastest lap. That's pretty much what he set in qualifying, a 44.4.
Is that the same time?
It very well could be, to be fair.
I'm going to go check.
Oh, meanwhile, Blair is going to try around the outside again. McDonald's putting the car into all of the right positions right now.
No.
It's great driving by T-Mac.
No, he's washed. It's 8 thousandths off his quality time.
Unbelievable. Now,
Oh, that little dab of brakes there. It's going to give Scott a Blair on the chance on the outside. Tom's probably going to brake a little bit later just to try and close off that opportunity. Blair, can he hang in there? Not quite. And they fight another day.
you'll love to see it. Steele has not been able to gain a lot of time on them. He's actually lost time. He's now about 3 seconds back. He's gained a bit through that final sector.
Blair's just got to try to find a spot here to spook him deep and try for a switchback. But where's he going to get it done?
Yeah, that's the question. With
Final corner is probably the most likely opportunity, but I think it's going to be in the middle of the track. He's just going to have to nab it, be opportunistic, and wait for them. He won't be able to do it there with that.
Well, you know, it does get a nice exit though. Can he try around the outside?
Horrible.
Tries to hold it in there. Now he's going to get a little bit of overspeed. No, not quite. Again, it's just super tight. McDonald defends the inside, forces Blair around the outside. Blair does not take this time. He's going to try at the inside. Oh, nearly contact.
I think there was a slight touch, but that'll be play on.
Yeah, if there was contact, it was very minimal.
Jack Steele, meanwhile, has actually dropped off these two, so these two are setting good pace, even with this battle. Unless Jackie's made a bit of a mistake.
No, I think
Oh, it's a bit
They-
wide. Both of them
I-
struggled through there.
I think Steele did pit a bit early, so maybe his tyres are a bit more second hand. They
20 minutes to
through
go.
the correct yellow once again. Meanwhile, the front, it's still very much the same, although Moss is nice and close. Oh, that is very wide from Blair. That is super, super wide. But Moss is closing in on death. Oh.
Bit too happy on the throttle there. Had to back off. So top 5: McNeil, Reynolds, Price, Death, Moss. Price started in P6, I believe. So that's a great little move as McNeil goes to 44.415, which is faster just than his qualifying lap.
Not good enough, he should go another 0.3 faster.
He's in the groove at the moment.
So, Mile, you can still win the bet.
Oh, keep going, Austin.
Provided he gets a 44.299 or lower in this race.
Yeah. I don't see the time improving too much more.
Right now, he is well and truly in the groove. Pushing that car beyond its boundaries.
This might be his first OOR win. He did recently get upgraded to Pro Class last season in Sprint, so exciting for him.
Here is Joshua on Cordier, or a little bit of contact and more contact. That will likely be seen as a bit of a bump and run by the stewards.
Yeah, that's a bit forceful. I don't think Nico's going to be happy with that.
No, 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 no. But either way, that's
In front of that car,
position made.
the way the livery works, it does look like that front's hanging off a little bit.
Yeah, just a little.
Blair's back up on the rear of McDonald.
There's Balk and Rage on once again.
I wonder if we'll see any wet racing tonight.
That's very, very wide from McDonald. Can he hold the speed through the corner? He can, but either way, it's invited Blair even closer. And yeah, they've really broken away from Steelers. Cordier's got a drive-through penalty for track limits. That's the first of the night. Here is Blair. He's broken a little bit later than McDonald. Can he get a nice exit out of the final corner? Doesn't really get a great exit, but he's still going to hold there with McDonald.
Can the RD un-DQ Scanlon and then re-DQ? It'll get rid of the yellow. Well, it should if he's returned to pits.
So this battle rages on. Blair really close to the back McDonald. He gets a little bit of overspeed, but also gets a bit of oversteer from it. That BMW looks ultra loose.
Yeah, fair chance the BMW wins this race.
No, I reckon it's going to be a Jaguar.
Oh, if only.
Oh, we've had a Jaguar win before.
Jeez, they've been
Once.
Have we though?
Yes, there was a Jaguar that won once in OOR history.
Why is that person not Prime Minister?
I don't think they're a part of OOR anymore.
Still get Prime Minister.
Oh, fair enough. Well, maybe a touch wide there from McDonald now. Blair's got a nice amount of speed, but can't do anything with it. McDonald's just defending like a champ right now.
No.
Oh no, that's too deep, and that's into the gravel a little bit there by Blair. So he'll have to try again. Howard with the wise words. Oh, dear me, that's wide by Mans, and that's allowed Cordier up the inside. Cordier's just had to drive through track limits and trying to make his way back up the field a little bit.
Albo loves his sim rig. That'd be a sight to see, I reckon.
I reckon he'd get his elbows out pretty often.
What would he drive? What would Albanese drive? Would he be a tourist, or would he do something unusual?
Well, he does go overseas fairly often, so a tourist wouldn't be a bad shout.
I reckon he'd be an M4 driver. I just feel like M4 or a Mercedes.
I'm thinking a
Oh,
boat.
or Bentley.
Yeah, the Bentley. Meanwhile, that's wide from Death. Does that allow Moss to get close? I think Death's going to be very, very careful on those track limits, though. Could be their demise. There's a little bit of traffic up ahead as well that they've got to get through as well, so could make things a little bit interesting, but the blue flag traffic does get out of the way sufficiently of Death and gets out of the way of Moss as well. That is Faber. Move back to the battle between McDonald and Blair. Now, do keep in mind that Blair does have that 15-second penalty, so realistically this is not for position, but they're still going to go at it on the track. Just because, yeah, why not? Bit of fun.
Who's going to win this battle?
Post-race it's going to be McDonald. On track it's going to be Blair. But Mans gets back up the inside of Cordier, so Cordier not getting it all very easy. He's going to have to fight this position out with Mans. Now we look back to the battle of Blair and McDonald. Blair, again, very, very, very close to the rear end of McDonald. McDonald breaks a bit later.
Got him.
Yeah, he's got the line up the inside now. And he should be able to hold it. Unless McDonald does something miraculous. But McDonald just running that mistake at the final corner. They're going to bump a little bit going towards turn 1. Oh my god, that is so tight there. Oh, as Blair kept it on track, he has. Can McDonald retaliate in any way? Blair defends aggressively.
Love it. Great
That's
defensive
good,
move.
good stuff. Now McDonald's going to try and get an exit. Can't do anything there. Can McDonald find anywhere to get past Blair?
Nah.
I think Blair's got it done. So he can now try and stretch an advantage. I don't think he's going to be able to stretch 15 seconds, but he can certainly try.
Oh, I don't think he'll shake him off, but I think Blair's a very stout defender.
The fact that Blair was able to get past in the first place was quite a miracle given how well McDonald has been defending.
Yeah, and it was all clean defending too.
Oh yeah, it was great defending. T-Mac showing his class out there on the track.
Try and find. Something to show you.
Yeah, Blair's been able to build up a bit of a gap now. Oh, that is so tight. Could fit a cigarette paper in between that. And there's the cigarette paper getting squished between the car. Oh my lord.
It's...
Oh, it gets even tighter. Wow, that was some side by side there between those two.
Yeah, it doesn't get closer than that.
I mean, if you did get closer than that, you'd likely be crashing into the other driver. But McNeil has not been able to set anything faster than the 44.4. It's gone up to 44.9, so I think that fastest lap is pretty much secure for him. Oh, but he's pushing on with it though.
Oh, isn't he ever? Last lap for McNeil was a 44.9. He's the only one on track in the 44's last lap. Reynolds, in comparison, a 46.3. Next quickest last lap was Sasha Death with a 45.1. So, Austin is absolutely flying, and it shows with that 17-second lead.
Yep, got to put some ballast on that car, I reckon.
We've seen three drivers dip into the 44s during the race: McNeil, Reynolds, and Death. Most of them are lapping at the moment in the 46s, high 45s.
About 6 minutes and 45 seconds to go in this race. Of course, there is plenty more action tonight. Still got 2 more splits to go.
We've got Nick Jones, Scorchio, currently silver class as he's been unclassified so far. You'll see a nice little classification pop up next round.
Doing himself a nice service currently in P16.
I'll tell you who's making their money this week, and that is that Marshall at the start finish line. Has been waving that yellow flag for 30 minutes. There's some strong wrists.
Yes. The endurance of that man is something that
I couldn't do it.
Yes. Yeah, Blair hasn't been able to drop McDonald as such, but there's a comfortable enough buffer there that McDonald won't be going for a move anytime soon.
Yeah, I was expecting that. Yeah, he's got it out to 1 second, so a bit of wiggle room if he makes a mistake now. So far, he'd probably drop a couple positions with that 15-second penalty.
Yes, I think at this stage he would
Close.
drop back behind Shackelford.
Yeah, so he might lose 3. But he's pushing hard. Last lap was a 46 flat. Shackelford's was the 47.4. There you go, 46.3 last lap there for... Nope, sorry, that was McDonald's. So McDonald's actually gained that lap. 4/10 on Blair. Oh, Blair's made a bit of a mistake there. No, you're way too far back there, Tom. Love the ambition, out. 5 minutes left. We might see another drive through for track limits. John Sinikas reckons he's getting 3 in the first half of the race in split purple. I'm going to say John can have a clean race when it comes to track limits. I don't want to say any incidents, but for track limits, you'll have a clean race. And
He's
if you
going to have
don't-
5 drive
And if you don't, well, you know where to inbox me and to send the invoice.
Yes, well, I believe we've only had the 1 drive-through for track limits in split yellow. That was for Cordia. But everyone else has kept it surprisingly clean. Not that it's too much of a surprise, I guess. Split yellow is a fairly clean split at the end of the day. But McNeil out front has just been phenomenal. He has dipped in back into the 45, so not pushing as hard, but again, he does not need to. He's pretty much got this win in the bag. He does not need to do anything stupid.
And his gap's now 18.5 seconds.
Here, dominance.
We do love how this car, it just clicks with some people.
And those some people is specifically Austin McNeil.
And JP Sinikas. Which is my split, so that's going to be fun.
Certainly is. But we will get 2 more laps, so this will be the penultimate lap now, just starting. Cross that off the bingo card.
I wonder if Riley Price has had a podium. I don't think so.
From memory, he has not.
So a couple of firsts here. Austin McNeil's first win. Riley Price first time on the podium. Now these results tonight won't really change the class too much based on those that are out, but great confidence booster for a lot of them.
Certainly is.
Piper, first one into the voice lobby tonight. So he gets those bonus points for lobby join. New thing I just made up right then.
Yes. Where do the bonus points go? Narnia?
Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Same place your car goes to if you go in the wrong spot, Silverstone.
Of course.
Josh Hill looking for another position.
Yeah, he's looking very, very close to Shackelford. He can still gain a position over Blair, although that's very, very tight now. He needs to get a move down on Shackelford and gain a gap over Shackelford if he wants that position over Blair. Oh, but Shackelford's run wide. This is Josh's opportunity, and he dives up the inside. Can he pull it up? Yes, he can. Now he's just got to push, 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 and gain as much time as he possibly can. But McNeil is on the final lap now.
It's going to be pretty tight between Blair and Hill.
Certainly will be. Oh, Hill's pushing like
yeah.
mad.
I say that.
He knows what's at stake. Still has a lap and a half to go to try and
That's
gain
wide.
sometime. Well, that's wide from Cordia.
It's a frustrating combination, these two. This car and this track.
Certainly is. I don't think many will want to explore the M2 much ever again. But it's nice that we're giving some different cars an opportunity to shine in the spotlight.
Yeah, just something a bit different for just to learn and practice. It'll definitely add to your driving ability.
Oh yeah.
It's very technical. circuit, and the car's a little bit trickier than a GT3. Austin's coming in the
Benny
last corner
Piper
now.
on the back of Jesse McLean. Got a nice battle brewing here. Can we see anything happen? But either way, Austin McNeil, what a dominant drive from Austin McNeil. He's going to come across the line and he is going to take victory in the M2 spec race here for Split Yellow and Yellow Simrigs Sprint Series at Valencia. What a drive. 22 seconds ahead of Ashwin Reynolds in P2. With Riley Price not too far behind. But we've got a battle raging on here. Benny Piper trying to edge past Jesse McLean. It's some way that he can, but Ashwin Reynolds is going to be very happy. It looks like they've run out of fuel almost when they're crossing the line that slow. But great drive by Reynolds, only 23.6 behind McNeil, then Price 2.6 behind, and Death, Moss will be Morgan. Oh, McLean, has he run too wide?
Oh, it's going to be close.
Very tight, it's going to be very tight. Piper's going to run. Piper has a very good run, but I think McLean may have just done enough. Crossed the line. McLean has done a 43 thousandths of a second. That is super, super, super tight.
So 43 thousandths. The gap on Saturday was 45 thousandths.
Oh,
That's how close it was.
12 hours and the gap was 45 thousandths.
Yeah,
Oh
it
my
was
lord.
3 seconds too close.
Yeah, way too. Yeah,
for certain reasons, but that was the gap. Glad it was the result. But Blair, he's going to cross the line P10. Has Hill done enough to jump him after that 15-second penalty? I think so. That car's heading into the fence.
Whee! No, it has not. Oh.
Oh, the old. Oh, okay.
Well, that's the end of that.
Green light. Go, go.
Didn't want
Take
to
a
look.
look to see what our results are. Blair did enough.
3
3
tenths.
So Blair had done enough to stay ahead, but it was McNeil, your race winner. 23.6 seconds, if you don't mind, ahead of Ashwin Reynolds. Then Riley Price, your Pro-Am winner, and rounding out your podium. That is a great drive by Riley Price. Sasha Death in P4 from Moss, P5. Morgan, McLean, Piper, Carson, and McDonald rounding out your top 10, followed by Steele, Blair, Hill, Shackelford, Fry, Jones, Mans, Cordier, Farber, and Perkins, your top 20. Then
You might as well
we've
keep
got
going. Just do everyone.
Stockton, Horsell, and then the non-finishers of Glover, Robertson, your DSQ of Scanlon, and then the safety car stuck in the middle there.
Very nicely done. Yeah, I've
Well
lost,
executed there by Split Yellow.
I've lost a mouse, so just running off keyboard for that computer. Thank you very much for joining me, Alexis.
Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure.
We're going to take a quick short break whilst we reset the computers for AP Green. See you in 2 minutes' time for Split Green. Hello and welcome back. It is Split Green. Sorry for the delay. Welcome to the commentary booth, Pat Oliver.
Mull, how are you? Chat, how the bloody hell is everyone's Wednesday night going?
Fantastic. How's your Wednesday night going?
That's bloody good. Oh, no complaints. Had the dual screen this and SRO going up before, so plenty of motorsports action. That is for sure.
No, I just had to take a bit longer because the smoke alarm was going off.
Oh, that'll do it. Left the pineapple in the oven for too long.
Not long enough. Whoa.
Now, what the heck was that? Is it right that the liveries are getting put on these cars?
Yes, but not everyone submitted. I
Right.
don't know what happened to green. It's broken again. No, it's definitely
No, I
not
think it
broken.
did-
There we go.
Yeah,
There's some mushed up livery.
there we go. Damiano, one of our other awesome volunteer commentators, he did a fair bit, I think, from memory on Saturday as well. But back into some sprint racing. What are your thoughts on the first race of the night?
Yeah, as I was expecting, lots of close wheel-to-wheel action early on. There was 4 or 5 car battle there for quite a long time. Doesn't take much for a little incident to kind of take you out of the race, and it does feel like you're just playing catch-up the whole time because the cars are pretty slow, but no, it was very good. Wasn't quite expecting the leader and the winner to lead by that much, but well done, Austin McNeil.
Yeah, good on Austin. I'm not sure if they've had a GT3 win before, but you know, they get that's a win in Sprint Series, so tick that off the bucket list.
JP said he's going to be a little bit later. Apparently,
That's
2-year-olds
fine.
can't cook their own dinner.
Bit disappointing.
Yeah,
Sounds like something JP has to teach them really quickly.
yeah, it's got to sort that out. Really, like, come on, it's 2 now.
Isn't that how it works? Learn to swim and then learn to cook. Like,
You cook before you actually speak.
oh, okay. No, yeah. As long as you know what the words are of the food you're cooking, you're good. Goo goo gaga,
Goo goo
medium
goo,
rare,
Dad.
sirloin.
Sirloin, seared steak.
Oh, that is a lot. So, track limits here is I think that's quite a popular talking point. For turn 1, is
What?
it left wheels on the green?
Yep,
Left wheels on. Okay,
but
noted. For
not.
tomorrow.
It's. I don't think it's the whole green. Right at the end of that green line, I think if you keep going on it, it'll give you a track limit.
So you got to
You got to try
before the
and get
green ends.
before the green ends. You got to
Okay.
get back on track.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but it's
And then-
liberties.
Turn 3, the exit of turn 2 is slightly different too. So it's
it's-
been
it's-
boggling me a bit.
This one here, you can really extend on the outside there easily. You must have the wheels inside the track white lines. You can't be outside on the green.
So I'm guessing
Same here.
I can see what they're doing. Some of the green stripes are a bit narrower.
Yeah,
Yeah. So well, I guess that's part of it here, and
you
that's
kind
one
of want
its
your car
quirks.
to be on the green at most of these corners where there is green. Maybe not so much early in that corner, but as you can see here, it's just a very interesting track when it comes to the apexes and the Astro. I don't even know what you call that green. This is like cement. I don't know.
It's just painted concrete, but I figured out late apexes is the nickname of this track. It's late
Yeah.
apexes.
That's deep. That's going to be very late.
That's the
Maybe
latest apex. He's not
non-existent.
making work. Has
So
to call
Pat,
to the
I've got to
manager.
talk to you. Got to talk to you, mate.
Mhm.
How the fuck
Oh.
are you still alive?
I'm good, man. So, a couple of tips. I don't wish this upon anyone. Obviously, it was very situational. But turning the force feedback down definitely helped.
Yeah.
My shoulders were a little bit tender the next day, and so were my hamstrings, but a little walk and a stretch, and I was fine. Having a lot of water and having some stuff to snack on was definitely... And I was in a chat, like another voice lobby with some friends, and that definitely got me through the race. I don't think you could do it on your own. Maybe if you were streaming, but but still, at the end I was on this kind of drunk, even though I was extremely sober and I'd only been drinking water. I was looking forward to stand-up breaks.
Oh, I can
aka
imagine.
Pit stops.
Did you cramp at all?
No, my hammies got very tight, but in the pit stops, I was just standing up, stretching my hammies, having a drink of water, and sitting down.
Yeah.
I did get some 10 seconds for speeding in the pits, so I was a little bit happy then. I was using those breaks to go to the toilet. But, yeah, I didn't really eat anything substantial. I had like a box of cookies next to me and some water, so, you know, I was good.
For those that might have missed it, we had
But I wouldn't...
Mobile Suzuki 12 hour on the weekend, and the man joined me in the commentary booth, Patrick Oliver, did 12 hours basically by himself. His teammate didn't show up for the race, so Pat just soldiers on, copped the DQ, but also won over a lot of fans.
Yeah, it was it's extremely situational. I wouldn't have done it like on my own
If it was
any
planned,
other time, I
organised
don't think.
earlier.
Yeah. But I practiced all that time, and I was like, heck it, I don't have anything better to do. I'm just gonna go for it, and I can say I did it, and I can say I'll probably never do it again.
Yeah,
But,
that's
you
the
know,
tick.
on to Le Mans this weekend.
A box you didn't think you'd tick anyway.
No, I can go on there's some sort of surely like honors boards at golf clubs and AFL clubs. There's an honors board.
You're on there by yourself.
Stupidest drop. No, I actually probably wouldn't be the top of that.
Well, you did say to me you're going to do the first 8 because you're of the stint stuff, and then you found
Yeah.
out it was broken, and you just kept
It
going.
was 16.
You might as well. You've done 8. What's
Yeah, I
another
know.
4?
When I said that, I was like, oh, now that I know I can do 12, there's no way I'm just going to do 8 hours and go, well. I've got to do the whole thing. So
No, you did
we
well,
got it
mate.
done. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun.
Are you looking forward to the race
surprised-
this week?
Yeah, I've done a little bit of practice. Obviously, the car doesn't drive anything like any of the other cars I've really driven. I only drove the GT4s for that a British series we did a couple of years ago. And that's probably the closest thing this thing is to. So it's a bit lazy, but I just got to do more practice tomorrow, I think. It'll be fun. It feels like an iRacing car. Like, I don't know, something... When you were saying before that you just got to be careful those first few laps, I think I'll treat it like an iRacing race and just try and avoid too much the first couple of laps and get in a bit of a rhythm.
The first race wasn't too bad in that regard. No one really ran deep and got tangled. There's obviously a couple of incidents later on, but 4-car traffic over with you could throw a sheet over them. I was always going to have some type of contact, but overall it's pretty good. And once you get into
Are
the
you racing
groove,
tomorrow?
yeah, I am.
Oh, good.
So we can come together somewhere if you want.
The Ferrari symbol upside down on the rear left quarter on that last one was hilarious.
Is it this? Yeah. Was it this car?
Yeah, on the left hand,
Oh,
like
yeah.
above the wheel arch on the left hand side. I don't know if we'll see it.
The
But
gaps. Look at that between the top 6, even 7.
I think that's what this kind of series brings. I think that it gets rid of any of the excuse of my car's slow or the BOP is shit or
Yeah.
stuff like that. It gets rid of all that and it brings the whole pack closer together. Even if, like, I feel like you learn quite a bit in these practice sessions and quali sessions if you don't get as much practice time ahead as well. So I think if you're skeptical about whether you should race today or tomorrow, definitely get it done. There's still proper points on the board, so why not?
What a lap here too for Burrs.
Oh, he is a machine.
So I haven't raced. I couldn't even tell you the last time I did a proper race. As he goes 44-1, fastest lap so far we've seen. I jumped in the rookies last night and just a bit of a practice race, just to get the swing of it again. Geez, I put up sore. Holy shit!
Oh no,
My
I saw
hamstrings
you in
are
the practice
dead.
session earlier. I think you were doing some laps in this earlier today.
Yeah.
Or yesterday.
Oh, just so knackered.
Hmm.
I can get into the mid 45s now, relatively repetitively, but the 44s are. I just can't do it in this car at the moment.
I think I was the same. I was just practicing with 35 litres because I think that's probably half of what the race was suggested. And
Yeah.
I think I could knock out the odd 45, but don't think I'll get into the 44s.
It's probably just more so if I tied up a full lap. Like, I know where I'm losing time, and then you gain it and you find, oh, I'm up 4/10, and then bottom of the next corner. So I just think it comes with just being a bit rusty, I reckon.
Do you stay away from second gear?
Yeah, third and fourth.
Yeah.
I just can't.
Yeah.
Oh, I just can't work out that this last corner or this second last corner.
Oh. I've
Either
seen
can
people
Barker.
kick flipping.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
a
that's
bit of a bastard.
It's tricky. Especially, I think it's the amount of weight, the rolling of the car, trying to get on the curb and then trying to get it facing left again is pretty tricky. You really got to ace the entry.
Yeah. Do you take it in third or fourth?
I'd been doing fourth. I think
Yeah.
with this car, when you downshift, it really just hinders you. I don't know, is it called engine braking or whatever when you shift down?
Yep.
I feel like it slows you down a little bit too much. But I'm a bit
Yeah, I
of a
find the
novice.
same too. A lot of people, most people I've spoken to, take it in fourth. I was doing third originally before, just while I was working out the track. You get that turn in, but yeah, you do lose a lot of time scrubbing too much off.
Yeah, I think the same concept. If you try to use second anywhere, it's kind of just maybe turn 2 is probably the only place you'd be close to second, but I feel like it's just too much engine braking. As Hindy, invalidating at that spot that we mentioned, that's probably the biggest talking point, or one of the bigger talking points about this track, is its track limits. Pushing those green sections, trying to keep as much momentum. I think that's probably a key word about this track and car combo is momentum. Not wanting to go too slow, get to a higher revs in too low a gear, so you'll see cars using all of the track and trying to keep it in that third, fourth gear range and trying to just keep up that minimum speed through corners.
It's funny, a car with 7 gears and using 2 of them for the entire race. Only time I use first and seconds at the start of the race and leaving the pits.
Literally. Oh yeah, you can put it in second in the pit speed limiter too.
Yeah, it's so funny. Yeah, I was just watching Connor before. I think he's got a lower 44s in him. He's just pushing too hard at the moment. Maybe just overdriving the car a little bit. This is a big improvement here from Luca. 44.3. That's the second fastest lap we've seen.
There's some racing into turn 1 there. I can see also he's not using any TC.
Yeah, I've seen a few people turn
Jai
it off.
Cone.
And your tyres have got to be in a good window for it. If they're cold, I found I was just losing the rears too easy. Wow, slidey boy.
Just like that. And the no tire warmers in this series either, so
No, they come
I
out
think
cold.
those first few laps you'll be a bit sketchy. I still hadn't gotten a definite answer about tire pressure windows. If it's the same as the GT3 or it's 27 like GT4, something like that. No idea.
I
That
think
is why.
I think you're aiming for 27 dead. I think that's the ballpark figure.
Okay.
But again,
Who knows?
I'm not sure. It's been a long time between drinks. So I'm just trying to survive tomorrow.
That's exciting that you'll be back in the car. I'm sure you're excited to at least get another race and hopefully see you check it.
Yeah, that's it. Just survive, have fun, get some good battles in there. Last night was good. I
What'd you drive?
I just put the new McLaren. I was testing it.
Mm-hmm.
Feels nice. I just sat behind drivers and waited for mistakes. Second stint, I came out of the pits. I just pushed as hard as I could. So a few people saw me go past, and a few people saw me defend. It was just a bit of good practice. No
definitely.
incidents. It was actually well done to the rookies last night. I was actually quite impressed. I only saw one incident around me. Mind you, it was a bad one, but it's still out of the whole race. I was pretty impressed.
Yeah, I thankfully saw a rookie post their stream in the rookie chat room. I think their surname was Callahan.
Callahan.
Callahan?
Trent, I think that's Trent.
Yes, they were in one of their first ORL races, and Megan some others were in there helping them out, and that was quite good to see it. And it reminded me of like how I started pretty much when I was streaming ACC career mode, and Pips jumped in and was like, have you ever wanted to join a league? I was like, probably not. And she was like, here's our invite to the Discord, and it kind of just like blossoms from there.
That's
As
great.
we welcome the one and only Ryan Green to the comms box. Welcome in, Ryan.
Hello there, you 12-hour madman.
We've talked enough about this.
Hey, we can't talk enough about it. There's
On
no
to
one-
Barcelona. Valencia. That's how you say it in Espanol. The V is said like a B, so anyone in chat that's learning Espanol or wants to know a little bit of Espanol, Valencia.
Oh, don't you do that to me. I don't ever... G-Force, get stuffed.
Oh,
I'm not in... Don't tell me what to do.
do the driver update now.
A circuit de Ricardo Toma. Do you know who that is?
That's Ayrton Senna on the wall there.
What?
What?
Isn't there a big painting of a face on the side
I have
of
no
the,
idea. But do you know who Ricardo
stands?
Toma is?
No, sorry.
It's who the track's named after.
Oh, well, if you got a,
He was
if
a
you're
famous-
ever wanting to do drone,
He was a famous paper plane creator.
oh,
No, he's a MotoGP driver.
there's a big mural on the grandstand on one of the ends.
Ricardo Toma. He died in 1998 of leukemia. He was only 46. But he used to race he was a road racer. So 50cc World
Gotcha.
Championship and stuff like that. So
Right,
not Art and Centre. Maybe that mural's
Yeah.
actually of him.
maybe. I don't think.
I don't
I
have a
haven't-
mouse, so I can't really check.
Oh, that'll do it. When you log in,
Enjoy.
there's the photo of the track. The background is a big mural.
Well, I will
Oh, well.
do my research
future
and get.
endeavours.
I'll get good. I will leave it to you to trust the gentleman to have a great call and make
Oh,
the
thanks,
curses
Mel.
strong.
Well, thanks, Mel. Ryan, let's get stuck into this. I think if you watched any of the first race, there was a lot of iRacing, MX-5, GR8 kind of vibes to the race. A lot of close, hard racing, and people just avoiding a little bit early on in the race, trying to get their tires up to temperature, because this series has no tire warmers, so they're on icicles for the first few laps.
Yeah, and look, such low power. There's not going to be a lot of load really going through these tires to get them up to temp really quickly either. So, yeah, it is. I did see someone make a comment. I can't remember who it was. I think it may have been JP in the chat saying it. Like, the tires are beautiful once they come up the temp for exactly one lap, and then they're off the cliff again. And it's just so you guys get one good lap of good feeling, and then it's either hot ice or cold ice for the rest of it.
Well, there are even some guys qualifying without TC on, so maybe that's the strat for the first couple of laps to get them up a little bit quicker and then get back into your TC groove. But maybe that's me probably just overthinking it.
I can absolutely say that I've never turned the wheel in this car left nor right.
Ah,
So,
yes. 2 days ago, my first left and right turn, so
how are you
know,
finding it?
I'm basically a professional. It seems average laps that I've seen are between 44s and 47s. I think once I get into the practice groove tomorrow night, I'll be able to hopefully tighten that range up. It's just you got to get the momentum flow. The whole track's in either third gear or fourth gear most of the time, so it's getting that flow. You're short shifting a lot too. I think from what I understand, you don't rev this thing out because it goes absolutely nowhere. But I'm excited. I think it should be a fun race tomorrow night. You never know where you'll land yourself if you do a couple of laps practice, try and get a bit of seat time. And it's all for proper points too, so it'll help you in the long run. I'll be missing at least 2 rounds this sprint season, so this might even help possibly propel me into what could be a Pro-Am final spot.
I feel pretty vastly underprepared for this round. I normally have the hidden cheat sheet ready to go, and I'm going into this race tonight raw dog. I was gonna do it then, and I was like, oh, I got to jump in for green, and I didn't have anything ready, but Do you have any guesses of what the fastest GT3 time is around here, or car as well?
I saw someone talking yesterday. I think the world record ACC lap around Valencia was I'm gonna say a 29.4, but was it Whitehead?
It could be. I was talking real life, but
Oh, real life. Yeah, look,
Yeah, well,
probably
that's
add like
the-
5 seconds or something.
yeah, 3 seconds. It's in an Audi, so I'm not sure how that translates to real life. But as we come around the final corner, I've taken one look at the track map, and I'm not going to even remotely try to go for those corner names tonight.
You've got it.
I've
Take
got
us
it.
away.
I've got it. As we take a very slow and cumbersome line, these cars are not moving at full speed, although they may look like it. As we wait for the green light, and they're going, but it's a very slow start as they start fanning out immediately. That's Taylor moving over to the left-hand side. We're running almost 3 wide on the second row. Round the outside, looks Luca Giacomin just gets run a little bit wide. All is clean so far. No contact. Got to watch the rejoin. Although he is entitled to a bit of space. Down the inside flies Taylor. And looking up is Luca Burst. And, sorry, that was Luca Giacomin at the front. I got the cars mixed up. Very unfamiliar with deliveries in this one. Mate, please. It's the first split. This is this first time in split green.
No, I just realised it's extremely hard to recognise anyone because you can't tell what car they're in.
Oh, this is so hard. We're gonna do our best tonight, guys, but it's half a dozen of one and 6 of the other tonight.
Pretty familiar sight. Burrs leading us away. I think that guy could probably drive a wheelbarrow at pace around this joint. And he's got Luca Giacomin riding his clacker on board here with everyone in the southeast Queensland. Jared Matterford on the back of Jacob Weatherburn, the Yoda himself. This is a really tricky braking, turning and accelerating area, that little inside double hairpin joint up to probably the funnest corner on the track when you can nail it right. Goes a bit late there, so you see the understeer, and that just compromises you all the way down to the last braking zone of the track as Lucas Burrs leads the whole lap.
And it's all about in these cars just minimizing scrub and maximizing corner speed. Keeping the momentum up in these cars is paramount. You really want to get the greatest exit you can while keeping your minimum speed up, because it takes such a long time to build up to peak speed. As I'm not sure that should be Hignett. I think made a move down the inside. This car's really using all of the track on the exit of turn 1 there.
And that's Taylor in the second red and black.
Dude, it's so hard, man. It's so hard. Are you struggling as much as I am?
It's a game in itself. I'm trying to see. Sometimes the numbers on the windscreen are helpful to tell me, but you know, we got to just do the best of what we can with the tools that we've got to succeed, you know. So we try our best. As Tom Maloney, a fellow volunteer commentator, is right up clacker here of Barker coming into the really technical second sector. He's gonna send it up. No, he's not. He thought better of it. Maybe he's gonna keep his nose close. Doesn't. So that's what this all provides. It provides a little bit of leeway either way. These cars, I think you can really back out and then get close as he sends it almost up inside of 2 cars.
Goes 2 for 1, bit of hip and shoulder, and just runs it out on exit. So just taking the regular racing line, as we were saying, keeping that momentum up, and as those cars in front running side by side, kind of killing their own momentum, Tom Maloney was able to keep up the peak speed there and really get a good entry into that corner and catch a couple of people off guard there.
Is this Valentini maybe going up this inside?
It looks like Valentini will back it.
No, that's Barker.
Exit stage left. Sadness. Good save, though. He's kept it on track, but that's going to cost him the whole way down the straight. That car's going to crawl and is going to take a long time to get all the way back up to speed. Down through Aspar we go now.
Oof, well done. Fair bit of respect for these cars that can usually cop a fair bit of door-to-door action. Maloney in through turn 2, right on the back of Taylor, who is following Ben Hignett to a T. I think this is probably that time of the race where you just need to tuck in. You need to hold on to someone's rear bumper and get yourself to that first pit stop. Not sure how tyre life goes, but I know fuel usage is absolutely minimum. I think they use like 1.7, 1.8 maybe a lap. So there's no need for that excess weight of fuel. I don't know what the strat would be. I'm sure probably half will do the trick. If there are any races from Split Yellow in the chat, feel free to give us a shout out of what your strategy was or what your initial strategy was going into the race and what you might have used, as these two just cannot leave each other alone.
Yeah, these cars giving me very big GR86 and like GT4's had a little baby type of vibes, as it has a look almost 3 wide on the exit of the corner then, so you can just see how close these cars can run together, and very awkward. It's very easy to push your opposing car off their line and kill their momentum. Very easy to set up a pass on the exit of corners rather than entry, as we see one on the entry, as I was saying that, from car 57, that's Tom Maloney having a look down the inside. Car 18 at the back of Valentini, he's got a great run. Look at Jim Coleman's, it's the fastest lap of 44.3, so...
That's a pretty good race lap.
Great racing so far, but those top 3 absolutely checked out, and even so, the top 2 as well, they're still side by side the whole way down the straights. Benjamin Hignett has to take to the exit of turn 1. It's car 14 of Hill in the background, having a look, but nothing there. So these cars are already side by side. It'd be tall ask to stick your nose in there.
Yeah, and it just goes to show how detrimental the little stuff up into the last corner that I think Hignett had. He lost 2 spots from the exit of the last turn into the entry of the second turn. So really got to prioritize keeping your momentum and top speed, especially coming onto that really long straight, as this car is an absolute slug to get off the line. But Giacomin making Burrs sweat a little bit. The Pikachu livery is kind of hilarious. It'd be funny if it looked like the face was stretched on the front of the BMW, but I don't know. Have you seen his Nissan with this livery on before?
I have not, unfortunately.
It's like Pikachu's face on the front of the Nissan, and it looks pretty good. It lines up with the lights and everything. But now it just looks a bit. You can see one of his cheek dots there on the rear, on the boot.
Yeah, it's kind of an abstract take on everybody's liveries. I'm interested to see how your car looks.
Yeah, I know. Hopefully the front half and the back half kind of work the same, but it's gonna look hilarious nonetheless. And who's that? Valentini. Getting another not great run out last corner, but it's gonna hold on to the back of Hill, who's got up a couple of the spots.
Yeah, so what is relatively a small straight for a GT3 car turns into quite a big one for these M2s, and that livery ahead of, I think that's Hill on the white, looks, and actually that livery's transferred over quite well. I think that looks great.
I think some have secretly done well. There was another green and black one, I think it was last race. I've seen it in the livery chat room. Some of them come out all right, which is surprising because the size and the bumper curves and lines and everything is so different compared to a lot of the different types of GT3s. I'd say maybe like a Nissan and a Bentley and other big boxy cars might transfer all right, but even then, panels completely different.
And I suspect this is... I suspect we're going to see this for a while as these two follow, but that was Giacomin having a look around the outside of Burst. These cars just don't have a lot of grip and a lot of downforce, and it's going to be very hard, especially in a corner like that, to such a long radius to get it done around the outside.
That livery looks alright from this side. Whatever the gold and red... Derek Nagel. Hopefully I've smashed that pronunciation, but he has got Matterford all over the back of his BMW, and he's going to try and prioritize that run as we have our first drive-through for track limits. Oh no, he's...
Ooh! That's
he's done that on purpose.
Okay.
That's really unfortunate.
I was going to say maybe lock the rears then, it looks like, but no, it does look like he
Damn. I think
Is
I don't know. It's so
called it
early
there
for
for
one of
Valentini.
those. It's so early for one of those left, right, good night. When there are still points up for grabs, you were in the top 10. Hopefully it doesn't come down to those points that pointy end of the season when you need them. There's still proper points up for grabs this week, people.
So after a pretty chaotic first few laps, it looks like everybody's for the most part settled into a bit of a groove now. The top two still just doing their thing out the front and all the way down the pack. This is a 22 car. There's a battle piling up behind for the down the grid, but looking at the track map, there's just all the cars are now spreading out. The 66 of I can't see. There's a couple of cars piling up, so there's a couple of good battle packs, but that's Derek Nagel. So these two guys, Nagel and Matterford's pretty close, and Nagel's got an absolute landslide gap to the rest of the AM cars. It's probably not the right analogy, but we're rocking with it anyway.
We'll work with it.
So
But yeah, class points also, that's important. I'm not sure. I'll get up the points table, and we'll go from there.
is that from the famed cheat sheet?
No, we'll just go to the amazing results.octaneonlineracing.com/sprint standings.aspx. AP Green, they've got a few missing names tonight, so some movers and shakers inbound. Currently in the standings, we've got maybe Watkins. There's been some issues with some results, I know that, the race results, but we have out of the current races here, it'll be Giacomin in front of Burrs, Maloney, Hignett, and Barker, the top fives. And then top Pro-Am is Derek Nagel, followed closely by Jared Richardson and Tim Baker. So,
That's very hot there from the 22 of Richardson, and it pays the price as the 269 of Aziz Omar slides through and has picked up two positions all the while there. I'm not sure what happened to that orange car behind the 47 there of Barker. Aziz Omar just came from about 5 car lengths back then and picked up 2 positions in about 2 corners. So a couple of mistakes there with people running deep and able to pick up a couple of easy ones.
Yeah, I guess it goes to show just consistency and hitting your marks is probably going to be more beneficial, as there's almost Matterford into the back of Nagel, our current AM leader. And I'm going to assume a new face this week with car 89, Bishop. Unless there was just a little bit of a doozy, as Matterford gets right on the back of Nagel. Is he going to get a run into 1 and 2? Don't think so. Bit of a sad tow. This kind of car combo, isn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't look particularly draggy, considering. I mean, they look draggy, but it doesn't look like the toes all that strong, considering how the car looks. I know for instance, an 86, you can get toes from 1.3 back, and anything under 7/10 is like you turned on the NOS. So, but as Richardson now gets a great run. Was that Aziz Omar getting a great run? Someone's getting a great run, but they're down the inside. I can't tell which one's which.
A BMW got a good run.
One of the BMWs got a good run, and now they've picked up the position. So whoever's in mystery black car number 3, good job.
As Sanders and Clark. No, Richardson. No.
Come on.
47. Baker. That's car 47, isn't it? Isn't that what it says on the side? Yeah, that's Baker. So the timing board is giving you an absolute headache in Sector 1. As we've got Harry Clark from Team OOR Clark with Richardson in the matte grey BMW behind. What a stupid identifying thing, Patrick. Use your words.
Oh, mate.
Yeah. It's not, what do you expect me to do? It's
So-
just you usually have cars and brands to identify people, but we're playing the hard mode tonight.
The pit window is open, has been so for about 5 minutes, dare I say, and no one has dived into the pits yet. These cars, these cars, although don't pick up that much of a tow, it's still much more beneficial to be in it than in the clean air. You can pick up that much more time, and if the car in front of you's got some good pace, then there's no real incentive to jump into the pits and really cost yourself time trying to drive the roof off the thing in free air. So I dare I say we're going to see some people pit within the next 10 minutes. Some people might go for a bit of an undercut, someone like Hignett, for instance, in this position where they're sitting in the middle of the pack, and we know how quick Hignett can be, albeit in a GT3, but once he gets a bit of a feel for the car, we don't really know how much practice he's done, but after 15 minutes running there, he's going to have a bit of a feel now. So he's one of the people we might see jump into the pits in the coming 10 minutes or so, go for a bit of an undercut, and see where he pops out.
Yeah, I think the big key will, as Hignett is just right on the exhaust. Is he gonna? You're not gonna. Are you gonna? No. It's really seeing how your tires feel, and I guess I don't know how tire wear is here, and there's no sight of any bad weather as Hignett's gone for a little bit of a switchback onto the back straight, and it might work out if he can hold on.
Yeah, he's taken a very wide line through the final corner there and gotten a good run out of the exit as well. Missed the apex just a little bit, so that would have cost him a little bit of time, not being able to pick the throttle as early, and right on the back of Maloney now. He hasn't got a toe in front, but as there's action behind, it's Matterford. These cars all over the place, to the inside, to the outside, pulling a little Houdini on him, and he's about to fly up the inside. No, he's just pulled back into the line, and this has given Kilby behind a bit of a look, and he's going to go for it.
Gotta send it.
Gets on the anchors very, very, very late. He's going to go for 2 for 1, and he's completely overshot the corner. He would have had to pull out the Formula 1 brakes to get that one done, but he's pulled it up and no contacts made, so we're all good there in the end.
Left the landing gear up. That was a bit audacious, but everyone's still facing the right way, and on we go for another lap.
Yeah, he's it can be hard when following. Stop laughing, you're making me laugh. It can be hard when you're following cars like that, especially a boxy car like this, to really spot your braking zone as well, especially in a car you're not familiar with. So we have another look down the inside for Connor Hind. Not going to get done, but did just make Matterford think twice about hitting the apex, and thought maybe there could be a Connor Hind-sized BMW on the inside.
And I think that's probably another good thing about these cars is they can take a little bit of that door banging damage, where in GT3 sometimes you get a little bit of that suspension hit, and it kind of really changes the way the car feels. I think these cars can do a good 10 or 20 seconds damage before you start to feel any really significant change in the attitude of how the car's driving. So these guys are not going to leave each other alone, I don't think, unless something absolutely catastrophic occurs. I've just put the curse in the air.
Yeah,
Let's see if they can anti-curse me.
It's almost a bit of a DRS train just there as we look just what happened before. And yeah, just on the inside line, really did get on the brakes late and did try to get it pulled up, but really had no chance at all, and ended up losing a position out of all of that in the end as well. So,
I thought he was going to do it again. But that was really well done of the other cars around them. I'm going to say that's Barker and Matterford not making any contact as he gets sent up the inside here by Hind. Is he going to be able to protect? He's not.
Hind does a
But he's
good look at the inside a bit.
It.
That's Matterford, I believe, just getting caught up on the curb. Looked very unstable, jumping down onto that green AstroTurfy type of outer curb, and it could have been Kilby. I don't know who it was in the end.
Let's yep, it's one of them. It was a BMW around the outside. Well done. Good job. Back on here with Tom Maloney catching Ben Hignett, so not sure if there's been a moment there, but Ben's in that unfortunate spot I think, of not having any car to kind of tow you along or to pull you along and keep you in a little bit of a pack. So he's got to be careful of how he treats his tyres. Coming up to the middle kind of portion of the race, I think he's probably got his pit stop set up and trying to figure out where he's going to go from here.
Yeah, this is one of the times where it really shows where how ACC does the timing board with it updating every sector instead of every like 0.5 seconds or seconds, akin to like what iRacing does. It's really showing here.
As these two just cannot leave each other alone. Matterford on the inside. Are they going to give the spot up? Absolutely not. He says, I'm there, give me that space. And he's jumped away a little bit, but I say Hind probably will close up a bit of space in the brakes as Baker on the back of Omar again.
Yeah, very tight line on the exit there for Baker. Don't know if he had a bit of a moment with the rear end, but definitely could have got a better run out of the corners as Omar was running wide on the exit of turn 14. As Baker looks around the outside, is going to use all of the exit curb as Omar's maintaining the inside, but this has brought Sanders in the back into the mix. Is he going to have a look down the inside? No. Yes, he is. Psych. We're on the apex, and that's the position made up for Sanders. That's a good move, but Baker's not going to give up yet. Yes, he is. He's just going to slot back in and pick his battles. As we see another battle up front here. Connor Hind and Matterford still going at it. These guys are just side by side. They can't leave each other alone.
He hit him with the no yes as Matterford thought about it. And also Sanders is the livery I was thinking about before. The green splash over the dark blue body came up well. But these guys, who is going to flinch first? Who do we think? It's probably got to be Hind, doesn't it? The car that's leading this little pack.
I mean, he's definitely not in... I mean, with the 10-second penalty, it's hard to say. I think if he's going to lose too much time, he's probably better off getting in, trying to serve that penalty, and then get back out and try to make up what he's lost. I mean, it is only compounding at this stage. You're really delaying the inevitable. Your 10-second penalty is not going anywhere.
No.
So if you're going to lose time battling with Matterford behind, you might as well get in and serve it. Instead of losing even more time battling with somebody who's going to gap you anyway after the pit stop.
As we jump on board with Justin, let's see what he do.
God.
Going into as he comes into Kilby Corner, finds the apex and is just right on the back of, that's going to be Harry Clark. I'm not sure if his first name's Harry, but Harry Clark. Oh, that tripped me out for a second there. Harry, yep, smashed it. Is doing a good job here as we cut back to Mini Sanders with Aziz Omar on his backside. So I think we might have missed a change for position there. Mini Sanders, great job getting through, and now he is the well-proportioned conductor to this little battle pack.
Yeah, these guys kind of seems like they spread out and then something happens with the lead car and they all just kind of group back up again. These three have just been going at it for a while now, and you can see Richardson's just completely checked out from this group as well. So they're still just, as this Omar runs deep there into turn 8. As Sanders ran even deeper. So this the battle of the deep, last of the late breakers competition that they didn't really look to win there. And the man who hit his braking marker, Baker at the back. I keep wanting to say Barker. No, it's definitely Baker. There's no R. Whoa!
Oh, as
Omar hits the wall.
Hit the netcode button. As we're going to see, jump back a few seconds in time. That was a weird hit, wasn't it? Oh, netcode from 15 meters away.
That
was awesome. That was some iRacing netcode.
iRacing. I was gonna say iRacing call. They want their netcode back.
That was cool. That was like 3 car widths. Maybe
Is
not
that
cool for
contact?
them.
I don't even. Was that
looked
like
it.
netcode contact? It did look like it. It may not have been, but gee, that was strange.
That was very strange. Pick a better combo tonight. Red and black colors. I don't. Is that the color of the night?
It does look like the Simrigs safety car. Was that
Yeah.
last season? I believe it
No,
was.
the
Or was it
Bentley
this
is
season?
red. The Bentley is red this year.
It was at the Simrigs safety car last season, I believe, the M2. I think it was. And the Matterford car. No, that's not Matterford.
I wouldn't know.
God, I'm trying to see the numbers. No, 705. It is no Connor Hind. Yeah, it does look quite similar with the red and black.
As we go back up towards the pointy end with Graham Hill in our P2 Pro-Am, Maloney deciding to pit. So there's our first person to flinch. Hill doing a great job up here. P2 in class, P6 overall. You know, they've got quite a clean car for now. As we jump back into the dynamic duo of Connor Hine and Barker. Oh, that was a scary moment.
Gee,
Maybe
he was on the
Barker
brakes late and kind of bullied him off the apex, so he's going to have the inside for doing. Down the inside, he's going to have the apex the corner, but this is going to give 13 of Barker a good run down into turn 4. Yeah, I can read. There we go. I had to look at my map. I forgot where we were. And they're still side by side through 5 and then into 6. Still side by side. Gee, these guys are really going at it. And that's brought Matterford right back into this as well.
and Nagel just doing a good job
Yeah.
of kind of holding on to
All
that,
of those guys. And there's another red car in the back that's getting in on the action.
leader, Nagel, doing a great job here. As this seems to be that point where you go a little bit deep, compromises you quite a fair bit for the next one. As we saw what Justin did, 15-second penalty for a collision on that one. So I'm sure he won't do that again. But this is going to be the big decider. As Harry Clark drive through for dangerous driving. That's
Was that the... Nope, that's that one there. What was that?
must have been something we
don't
didn't
recall
get to
that
catch,
one,
but that's
although
fine.
yeah, all the cars do look the same, so we may have seen it.
It was a while ago.
It was
But that's fine.
a hot minute ago.
Our stewards obviously doing a fantastic job this week. All volunteers, along with us, the commentary box team. So if you're new to OOR, you might be a rookie and you might think, wow, there's a lot going on here. I want to get amongst that. Be sure to get amongst the Discord. Start chatting in the chat rooms. See if you can, if you want, put your hand up. You can also volunteer some of your time towards putting these great series together.
Gee, good catch there by Manafort. Almost lost the rear completely then heading through turn 3. But these cars look a bit antsy for how low on power they are.
Maybe this is the
As
middle
these
stint
guys
ahead.
again, they're still going side by side. They just love each other's paint so much. They just want to get a closer look.
Oh, that's traffic.
That is a bit of traffic. I believe that was Aziz Omar in the background. If I remember the livery, he has pitted, so it may very well could have been. But these two still side by side. This is a great onboard from Matterford as he just gets to watch these two duel it out. Kind of just has to sit tight and wait for an opening. He's a little bit far away to capitalise, dare I say, at this stage. But these two really, really going out of the racing. You can see just the type of racing you can get with these slower class cars, which is a perfect segue into OOR's return to iRacing, as now's not a good time for that conversation.
I think Matterford's got to be the one to duck in and get... Oh, never mind. There goes Barker. So, it's voice control here. One does pit. I was going to say, if you were Matterford at the back there, putting in your laps and maybe getting held up a bit by the two guys in front battling, just duck in, get some fresh shoes and get back out there. As I believe you're about to tell us about a new series happening in this beautiful community.
Yes, so OOR is, we're is returning to iRacing. They're doing a GR86 series, so dare I say, quite a similar car to this one. It's a free car for iRacing. If you want to get involved, there's no iRating or safety rating requirement. You can get yourself 3 months, I believe, from free iRacing from the Motorsport Australia website. They're doing a little package of that when you sign up for iRacing. I believe there's a promo code that they give you on the website. If you don't want to do that, you could use just PR Hot Laps for all one word, all caps. I think it's 3 months for like $4 American ish. So pretty cheap for iRacing standards. Calendar is half ish or more free tracks as well. So it's a few rounds you might miss, or if you don't want to purchase any content, or you can pick up some content. The tracks have been selected to give good racing for the GR86. It's a beginner car, so beginner friendly. If you want to get amongst it, give iRacing a try, give a different sim a try. Just go down to give yourself the iRacing role in OR, or you may be able to access it anyway and sign up. And if you got any questions, feel free to message Neil or Deckers.
Yeah, I rate it. I think it's definitely one of the easier cars to pick up. Rudskigen, not the
Oh, don't you?
not the friendliest first track, but
so me and Pat, we were teammates for another iRacing GR86 league right when the first car came out, and oh god, what is that corner like? Turn 3, turn 2, turn 3.
It's like 4.
So round 1, turn 3 or 4, I get a teammate's car in my door. That was fun.
I took out the teammate. I said to myself on the grid, just don't hit Greenie. What did I do? I hit Greenie. Lap 1. And it was all downhill from there. But yeah, I think it'll be a great series, especially if we can see some similar attendance to... I know the supercars had pretty good attendance initially, so let's hope we can keep that consistent attendance. I think it was fan voted what time the time slot was, so...
Yeah.
Let's,
so it's run in place of the Legend series that I generally do coming to the end of this iteration of F1 games. So it's a bit of a bridge the gap type of series. Bit of a test the waters as well, see what the market's like for an iRacing series. So yeah, as we said, it's a great car. It's so much fun to race. You really get these like tight battles like we're seeing tonight with these slow production cars.
I think it's this Sunday, is it? Isn't it right?
It could be this.
Sunday's
Yeah,
the
I
first
believe
race?
it. First round is this Sunday. Yes.
June 4th. Get amongst it. I'll probably end up signing up. But
You haven't
I don't
made
know.
this Sunday.
I don't know if I have enough racing this weekend. But back to Valencia. We've got Christopher Taylor right on the absolute clacker of Vintner. I hope I've smashed that name with the upside down Ferrari. I love that. I do love this idea of deliveries getting squished onto these BMWs, as Taylor going for a bit of a later apex, maybe trying to keep, as I was speaking in the qualification about the minimum speed. That is the thing in these cars, momentum and minimum speed.
Can we call this the JP bonnet cam?
Isn't this just the Kovacs view simulator?
The only other person I've ever seen is Smithy.
John and Peach, they both do it. Admittedly,
Yeah,
John
the JP
has
bonnet
like,
cam.
John has like 100 FOV on his bonnet, so he looks like he's going 10 times faster. I don't know if anyone's ever played Quake, but it looks like Quake. It's pretty impressive how he does so well, but I couldn't do it. It looks like everything's going so fast, and on a widescreen too. It's crazy. Hits. Oh, it's a late decision from Taylor to go on the pits. He's seen Giacomin and Burrs in the pits. He's going to get some fresh shoes on. And Vintner, the only car to stay out, so it'll be interesting to see if they now answer. Do we think they'll duck in and try and minimize their loss?
I mean, in the fresh air, if your tires are still feeling alright, and of course I have no idea really what these drivers are feeling. underneath them. But if you still feel like you got a bit of pace in the car, and now you got the air in front of you, you really don't have any incentive to jump into the pits, especially while your fuel is low. So that is one factor that you know you're going to have under your belt. Obviously, you're going to jump into pits, fill up again, and throw on some tires. As we see
Oh.
Barker get a stop go 30.
Oh,
Dare I
he's
say that?
speeding
Maybe
in
speed.
pits.
So
Yeah.
that one will get removed for a 10-second penalty. I didn't see a race control pop up for that one. And if that was from race control, then he's been a very naughty boy.
Jai Coman drive through for, but he just came out of the pits. Maybe that
Maybe
was letting
switched
go
off
the
his
thing too
limiter
much.
early.
drive-through for that?
Yeah, you can. I believe if it's below a certain amount, it's a drive through and not a stop at 30. So, gee, that's great news and more for Burst. Is you were pretty close on entry. I believe only just over a second between them. So Burst is going to be far and away getting away with that one. So G Coleman, I believe, will get this converted into a 10-second, or it may just remain a 5.
Should be 10.
It is a
There you
10.
go.
Yeah, there you go. So it is a 10-second. So came out 5 seconds behind Burst anyway. So that was a very fast up for Burst, and plus the 10 seconds of G Coleman now, and barring catastrophe for Lucas Burst, he's gonna absolutely run away with this. He also picked up the fastest lap on the weekend for the Suzuka 12-hour. I believe it was a rude lap. It was faster than the shootout lap,
Was
albeit
it
in
57.8 or something?
it was faster than pole shootout, albeit in like 12-degree temps at night. So that has a major factor to play, and he would have been on low fuel. But mate, regardless of 57 around Suzuka it's rude. It's a rude lap. 57.930 from race control. So just an absolutely disgusting time, weather regardless. Just terrific job by himself. Unfortunately, picked up a few unfortunate penalties throughout the race, through whether it be for drive-throughs or incidents, which kind of set them back down the order a bit, but we're still able to pick up a few extra points for that fastest lap.
Yeah, definitely. As we see the top 9 or top 8, sorry, I think pretty much everyone is doing their stop now. So I'm not sure. This might help. I mean, this definitely will be helping Vintner. Maybe even looking for top spot, top 2, 3rd, 2nd.
Yeah. So Jay Coleman with his 10-second penalty, depends. He's gonna have to be driving the legs off it now. What's the gap? So it's 8 seconds to Vintner's there. Where's that car going?
Hopefully
That was an excursion. I'm not may have been into the pit lane. It is into the pit lane. So that was, I believe, car 14. I can't remember which car that is, but they've jumped into the pits.
Graham Hill.
Graham Hill and Jacob Weatherburn both into the pits. So just Connor Hind and Paul Cranich at the pits.
Oh, that card disconnected. That card lit. Oh, he's back.
back.
Oh god, that is so scary.
So that's a
Well,
car that Justin Do is gonna be a bit hesitant to get alongside with a connection like that. Dare I say? Oh, baby, come back.
That's what not to do.
So
Sorry, Justin.
Justin's like, cool.
Oh well, that car's gone. Oh well, there's a car in the wall as well. Is that the same car?
So I believe that could be car 30 that stopped on the mini map that we saw disconnect. Oh, Graham Hill with a 10-second penalty for out of position on lap 1. Now, do they count speeding at the start out of position as well? I don't know if there's two different race control commands for that. No,
Yep.
there's not.
No, there are.
There are.
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, what was it called? What's it called again?
So this has brought, Weatherburn has really got to start putting the foot down now. He could be on for a top 2 finish if he could really get a bit of pace under the car and get within 10 seconds of Gia Coleman. Jeez, name escaped me for a second then, but with 2 penalties there. Is that Hill dropped down? He was higher up, I believe, and then I just saw him drop down to 6th.
He was the last to pit, I think.
Okay.
So.
Oh, Weatherburn, yes, was last to pit. Oh.
Oi. I love the internet sometimes, man. The shit that some cars do, just disappearing acts, flying up, flying down. Oh, and that's where it all ended. Jumping the start, that's what it's called. That's the other race control thing. It says jumping the start.
Jumping the start.
Out of position and jumping the start are the two. So interesting, there were about 3 or 4 cars there that were out of position. So maybe a little bit of a mix-up on the formation lap. Not sure how it can be that bad, but anyway, they managed it. Graham Hill came out P6, so that's pretty similar to where they all were before the stop. So Lucas Burst just got to do 19-minute drive of Valencia here, really.
Yeah, and Luca J. Coman also pulling at a 15-second gap to Taylor behind, so he's safe for P2 at this stage, but you can't get complacent. 5 seconds can quickly disappear if you just get a little bit lazy and start letting the time drop off. 19 minutes is still a long way to go, and the time loss in these cars can really compound if you get a run wide on exit. Carlos.
It's really confusing also.
Carlos
there are
Taylor.
2 identical BMWs following Lucas Burrs.
They are.
We're in the grass.
Are they same livery then? Same
They
team?
look pretty similar, but the one directly behind him is a lapped car. And then the one behind that car is 313, so Giacomin.
Yeah, it looks like 2 traffic cones behind.
Oh, I love the suspension.
Dude. And that's what happens when you hit 88 miles per hour in an M2.
I remember one of the times commentating NA with Mullick. I think they're at Kyle Army, and there was a clip of a Nissan just going. It's like the most peaceful takeoff coming down the straight, and literally just went into the abyss. Like, it's so funny what cars do sometimes when they lose connection. But Weatherburn.
Yeah, it's
There we go.
we see it in iRacing a bit as well when cars start to blink in and out. The iRacing's coded so when they start to lose connection, it essentially throws the car up in the air. So if you have a blink of your internet, I can't even describe it. It's like they're on a trampoline. Yeah, it is like the Harry Potter car.
It just starts flying around.
It's so distracting.
Like, was watching Linton race yesterday, and just the GT4s on Spa going up the Camel Straight. There were some people blinking and doing like barrel rolls going up the straight. Just
ACC is
fun.
definitely a lot more graceful when it comes to internet struggles. It's
usually through the floor.
Yeah, they just kind of carry on the trajectory that they're on. So I mean, especially it's evident down the down Conrod Straight at Bathurst, going down the hill. They kind of just drive in a straight line. I think they're locked to the horizontal, like to the what's the axis? The
I don't know, mate.
X axis. The
pitch of the nose.
The straight. No, like 0 degrees X axis. I don't know. It's too hard to explain. I'm struggling.
We're starting to talk about axes.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
As we're back on board with
Ben of that.
Ben Vintner is so he's just stretched out of that P3 gap. So Taylor has a little bit of work to do. Is that the car ahead? It is. Taylor, the car ahead, if they want to get that P2 position from Giacomin, they got a little bit of work to do. Giacomin is 3 corners ahead. I'm not sure if they'll catch that gap, but they're in the hot seat for P3 here at least. So Taylor doing a fantastic job. Currently leading the Pro-Am class. And on the podium.
Yeah, and with that 10-second penalty for Hill, it's a long, long way back to losing first place for Taylor here. So it's quite a commanding race so far for the Pro-Am driver. And again, barring disaster for himself, he's definitely got this one locked up with 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of the race where everyone's just trying to get to the checkered flag and secure some points. We don't really have many battle packs, if any. I think the closest battle is going into turn 1. Or, no, what's car 60 something? 66. Nagel's got Hind on the back of him. That's about as close as it gets. Lucas, should I say, has bounced away yet again. I think we anticipated that. Still doesn't have the fastest lap, so good on Giacomin for taking you having that extra point of the fastest lap currently. Words are hard.
You're
English is
telling me.
difficult.
You should see me at Midnight Madness.
No, I've done the late show at Split Purple before. It was great at Alton for the first round, but I think
Still can't say Sugli right. It's quite.
Sugli.
I've committed
I thought
to
it was
it.
Kigali.
Oh, I don't know, dude.
Kugli.
I don't want to know. I'm happy just mispronouncing it at this stage.
They know
As
who we're
it
talking
kind
about.
of makes a good move up the inside on exit, and it's going to have a great run down into turn 1. These cars side by side the whole way down the straight. The straight looks so long in these cars. It's got a great line, enough space given, but that's going to be a good run around the outside. No, it's not going to get it done. So very clean overtake there. There's really not a lot he'll be able to believe that could do to fight around the outside. The stream is dying a little bit, so I can't really read what's going on.
Yes, there's a black and red. I can't fucking tell that up. Yep. So that's the
BMW out there. Their comms are falling apart. It's the battles have kind of spread out.
We're doing our best.
The upload's dying. We can't even read gaps now. We're doing Mac Daddy. We're going for it. We're committed.
It's exceedingly more difficult when you don't have the car brand to identify the driver, as Tom Maloney gets a drive-through for causing a collision on lap 18. But it's so much more difficult when they're all the same. So imagine like doing MX-5s in real life or something like that, calling that. I feel like that'll be, you really have to know the liveries and things.
Yeah, it's definitely where a spotter's guide would absolutely, come into play. That's a big slap on the wrist there for Tom Maloney. So I'm not sure what that one was for. Did we see that collision?
Oh no, collision.
It was a collision. That was the one
we
that
did.
No,
I
don't.
haven't seen much tonight, to be fair.
No, there's been a lot of close racing, a couple of door bangs, but nothing too egregious. And a drive-through penalty for a collision. It's a decent slap on the wrist from race control there. So it's going to be tight on exit though with Connor Hind as he's coming around turn 1. Does get out in front, but they've got a good run now down into turn 2. It's not going to get alongside, but those tyres of name's escaping me. 57. Tom Maloney has cooled down in the. The tyres have definitely cooled down. Lost a bit of surface temps in the pits, and it's showing as Connor Hind now is right on the back of Tom Maloney. Now down through turn 4, heading up into turn 5 and 6. This one is.
Surely we got corner names. Have you got any sweet corner names?
Oh, there's some doozy of corner names. I can try. As this one's Berne Martinez, turn 8. I believe I've nailed that one. 9 and 10 we're going through now. Don't have any corner names.
There's no names for that bad boy.
Turn 11.
Oh, is he sent?
He's gone and up the inside of turn 11. Is he gonna stick it around the inside and gonna be a good run now down into Well, I'm not going to do that one. I'm not doing it. You can do
That is Champi Herreros. As we take a big left up through 13, down towards the last braking zone into Adrian Campos. Hook it left onto the main straight, and Connor Hind holding on to our current AM leader on his clacker.
It's a great drive from Nagel so far. It's really maintained that large gap down to Richardson and Sanders as Connor Hind has a look to the inside of Aspar, but doesn't really have much of a run there as they go down now to turn 2 of Doohan. He's going to look to the outside. It's going to be a long way to hook it around. Maybe going for a late apex and is going to try to line up the exit. No, but Maloney just parks it on the inside. Nowhere for him to go as they go down to turn 4 and Nico Thorol. Nice sweeping line through here, run it all the way out to the exit curb and then get on the rankers, apex it nice and late, hook it up, use the camber of the road and get a nice run out down into, nope, not doing that one, turn 6, doing turn 6. Now we got a straight run out of turn 6 down into Curva de la Affection. That's a great corner name.
I think you
Turn
thrown some
7.
extra letters onto the end of that. Curve of Affection.
Curva de la Affection. That's what I'm reading.
Yeah.
I
don't know
the same
how
track
to
map.
pronounce the umlaut at the top. Like Spanish is... Español is muy dificulto. As we come up back towards Champi Herreros, one of the funner corners on the... If you can smash that inside curb and keep the car on its 4 wheels. These two are looking awfully similar to the other battle pack that we have been watching all race long. As we come into the last 9 minutes, Hind and they just keep changing.
Man, much wider line there from Connor Hind. He's apexed it a bit later as well and looks like picked up the power better. He was right on the behind now of Tom Maloney. He's going to have another look down into Aspar turn 1. Doesn't go for the move into turn 1, but is going to maybe go again for turn 2. He's going to have the inside line this time, not going around the outside. He's going to hold it on the inside. Will he give him a taste of his own medicine, park it on the apex? He does. He doesn't allow the switch back, and he's going to hold him out for the whole way around turn 3, down into turn 4 now. Tom Maloney's going to have the inside, goes a bit deep. Just going to open up the switch back now for Connor Hind. He's going to have a bit of an inside line, but doesn't have the legs to get it up the inside, and Tom Maloney's fought that position back all the way through turn 2 and through turn 5 as this blue flag car moves out of the way nicely for the pair of them.
They've definitely been reading the blue flag advice in the Octane Academy chat, that's for sure. As we come up towards Bernat Martinez, the long late apex left-hander into the tricky little middle sector. These two just not leaving each other alone. It's kind of probably getting to that annoying stage of this kind of race where you keep changing position and someone has a bit more pace here, someone has a little bit more pace there, and you just keep chopping and changing and swapping and not being able to extend. So that's the great racing you kind of get to see in this kind of spec series.
Yeah, Nagel was only 1.6 behind now. He's dropped down to 2.3, so he may have just lost a bit of time behind. Tom Maloney runs a bit deep through turn 14 as they run down now in the front straight. This time Connor Hind is going to be all the way up the inside, down for turn 1. They're side by side perfectly coming across the start-finish line. Will Connor Hind be able to keep down the inside? Will Tom Maloney be able to go around the outside? He goes a little bit deeper as he should on the outside line, but Connor Hind keeps it nice and tidy on the inside. Enough space is given to rejoin the racing track and the racing surface for Tom Maloney. As he looks around the outside, he's got a great run. Connor Hind's very shallow. He's going to keep him wide. They're going to run side by side through turn 3 again for a 3rd lap in a row now, down into turn 4. Tom Maloney's going to keep it tight. A bit of touch, holds on to it. Connor Hind does. Little bit of rub in his racing through turn 5. I can get the words out. We can do it.
You can.
And they're still side by side through 6 corners now. The side by side, and they're going to be side by side again on the exit down to turn 7.
Nope, they jinxed you, and he tucks right back in.
They did jinx me.
Maloney following Hind now. And it's these two guys are just on similar pace, so there's no extending, there's no zooming past anyone, and you just want to make sure it's just door banging as he sends it up the inside. That was a bit hot and heavy. Are we going to see a possible redress? I think so. Well done. Great sportsmanship. And
Very good boy.
going to lose out to Nagel as well. No, they're not. But well done on the sportsmanship end there. It was a safe opportunity to do so. Not always the safest opportunity to redress in traffic, but did a good job there of only giving back that one position.
And I was gonna say, before that happened, this is some of the best side-by-side racing I've seen. Those guys lap after lap through the same corners, running the same lines, and never really making anything more than door bang. Was a bit overextending there from Tom Maloney, who did give back the position, so he will avoid the penalty from race control. Dare I say, there wasn't much in it, and all cars are fine and moving on their way. So, be hard pressed to see him getting a penalty for that one. As we look forward now to Benjamin Hignett and Vertiner. There we go. Say that 3 times quickly.
That's an Vintiner. Smashed it.
Vintiner.
Vintina.
Car 27.
That BMW. But I think, these guys are tanks, so I dare say that little bump won't ruin their race and the redress and everything. Ref says play on, I dare say.
Yeah, fair bump, play on in my book.
As we're back on with our leading amateur, Derek Nagel, doing a fantastic job up here in P12 overall. Going to still try and hold on to the back of Tom Maloney. And they've just been putting in those consistent laps, I think, from what I can see. Keeping their nose clean. Putting in consistent contact between Heine and Maloney under investigation. Oh, very interesting. It'll be interesting to see if anything comes of that, I think. I mean, I know at the end of the day it's still a contact made and the stewards might see, oh, look, there's damage and you got to get a bit of a slap on the wrist, if anything, just to try and avoid doing it again. I'm not sure if it moves over to this series, but yeah.
Maybe that one was, no further investigation. I was going to say, dare I say that one was called in before the redress happened, and after the call-in, the stewards are obliged to have a look at it, and I do agree with this steward's decision on that one. It's a fair bump play on, especially after the redress. So, great sportsmanship shown from both drivers, and I'm sure, after the 3-4 laps of side-by-side racing these guys are doing, contact was going to be incidental at some point, as barely anything you could do to do that much running side by side and avoid contact. But great onus on the drivers to hand the position back.
Definitely. As we get back with Ben Hignett, who's been a sneaky little shoe in here for some decent points, just holding on to the back of Vintiner up ahead. Doing a good job here in P5 and just keeping it nice and consistent, as I continue to mention, because at the end of the day that's going to be how you get your points. George, good question. I'm fully recovered. Shoulders every now and then get a little bit tender, but no, I'm good. Had a good walk and stretch out the day after, kind of more the hammies I was a little bit worried about, but I'm good. I'm a little bit worried for my Fanatec QR, the plastic quick release that if anyone knows a better bloke, if you punch it hard enough it'll break it. But that thing lasts for 12 hours, so I think I'm hopefully picking up a new wheel in the near future that has a metal one. Just waiting for them to acquire their new wheel, and then hopefully I'll acquire that one. I love a good scrap. Minute and a half to go, Ryan. This race has gone pretty quick.
Yeah, it's thinned out in parts, but these cars have come back together relatively well as the order stands right now. Luca Bursting in P1, Luca Asperse in P1, Luca Giacomin in P2 with that 10-second penalty, but has a sizable gap to Chris Taylor behind in P3. 16 seconds the gap there, so he'll have that one locked up and get unless Chris Taylor can pit for a GT3 car in the next lap. As their order runs further down, we got Verdiner and Hignett still running behind, but the battle still rages on for P4. Hignett is gonna have only one more go at this, as having a look where Lucas Burst is on the track, coming around now turn 3 and turn 4, so this will be the white flag lap right now. So if Benjamin Hignett's going to get it done and pick up P4, it's going to have to be this lap, and he's going to have to get a wriggle on from 8/10 back.
Yeah, definitely. I think we know Ben's got a bit of the dog in him, so if there was ever a time to get it out, I think now is the time. I don't know, Ben Vintner. I don't know if it's Ben either, by the way. Vintner, but B Vintner up ahead, doing a fantastic job also of keeping it nice and consistent and facing the right way. But Ben Hignett, he is just absolutely manhandling, looking like it probably has no TC on it either. He loves a good drift as well, from what I understand. I think I've seen some AC videos of Ben in his heyday. I'm not sure if I dare say he probably still plays AC and does a lot of drifting, but he is probably loving a bit of this late stint, not great grip. Sends it up.
Close it up massively under braking there, yeah. As
yeah, you go ahead, mate.
As Lucas Burst tips it in on the final corner, just as he don't hold on to it, mate. You don't want to throw it away now, but comes across the line to take out the win for round 4 at where are we?
Valencia.
I've ruined the ending. Sorry about that, Lucas. Takes out the win for round 4 for the OR Sprint Series Split Green at Valencia. Christopher Taylor is gonna cross the line for P3. He's not gonna get close enough to Luca Giacomo. Was not able to box on the final lap for an Audi.
Great job, Taylor. Pro-Am winner, also class winner. We love that. We love a good haul of points here, especially when it comes to class results. So
and yeah, Hignett there just looked to have lost out a bit. Maybe it did look like he was over pushing the car in the final stages, really trying to get the last bit of lap time out of it, but succeeded a little bit and came down to 2 seconds in the end. All down the field, it doesn't look like there's going to be really any dashes to the line. We got Barker across the line next in P8, followed by Matterford, who's coming around the final corner now into P9. Connor Hind is going to cross the line in P10. Tom Maloney just behind him, 2.8 down the road in P11. Nagel following behind that. We got a Kilby with a drive-through, so that's going to be converted to a post-race penalty of around about 40 seconds.
Oh, don't
He's gonna
serve
try
it, you
Don't
goose.
serve it. It's going to get it to you anyway.
Oh, no.
Unlucky.
That's,
Well, you got to learn this one the hard way. I've done it. Everybody who's gotten one's probably done it as well. You think?
40 seconds.
As a 40-second post-race penalty, and I was right. It was 40 seconds. And J Doe himself,
Justin. What did he do? He came P14. So well done. Derek Nagel too, by the way, amateur winner. Well done. But yeah, what an exciting little round of Espanol motor racing. We love this new addition to ACC. That's the first race I've seen. As we jump right into the results, Lucas Burrs, what an absolute machine. P1, Luca Giacomo, P2 with the bonus point of the fastest lap, and Chris Taylor in P3. Chris Taylor also winning the Pro-Am class. P2 in class is Graham Hill, and P3 in class is Mr. Matterford himself. Our amateur results for the week, Derek Nagel, Richardson and Minnie Sanders in P3. So great job all. And into the comms box, I can welcome Tom Maloney.
Got to change my push to talk off for steering wheel. Guys, how are we?
I'm good. I'll leave you in these capable hands of Ryan Green. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for having me.
See you, Pat. How's your race, mate?
Next question.
No, not enjoying it, mate. We saw some great battle though. It was like 3 laps in a row running side by side with Connor Hind. It was pretty great racing. Not really something you can really get out of the GT3, especially around this joint.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's sort of why these cars are so they're so interesting to drive. It's just the biggest problem is that that field just ended up sort of being spread and had some gaps, so it was just hot lapping. They're not that interesting to hot lap. So yeah, looking forward to watching these guys see if they can put on a bit more entertainment for us.
That's one of the
Yeah,
best
well,
battles I've seen, Tom.
yeah, that was like honestly
You've got to
hands
be
down.
happy
I
with
was
that.
I was gonna say it up until the contact with the redress. That was one of the better across all series side by side battles, lap after lap I've seen. So
Yeah,
don't discredit yourself, mate. The way you two raced with the respect and even the redress at the end was just, mate, just a masterpiece of racecraft, really.
thank you, sir. And yeah, shout out to Connor as well for keeping it really nice and tidy and giving me the room to do what I need to do. And glad I could give it back to him. And I made the mistake at the end. I was having trouble with that corner in the car, just sort of going 10 meters along for no obvious reason. So unfortunately, it happened again, and thought better just let him have it.
And it's just one of those corners sometimes where you can hit the same braking marker every time, and the result you get a different result. Especially
Yeah.
when battling with another car, and you can be offline with no rubber and whatever else on the marbles. And
Definitely seems to be a feature of this car is that it's very sensitive to sort of how you load the braking on and off the front wheels. The brakes they just seem to overheat so quickly, and if you don't sort of wind off quickly enough, you just end up with no decel.
yeah, it seems very akin to the GR86 in our racing in that sense, where it's more you got to reverse trail brake the car. You really got to ease on the brakes to not upset the weight balance, and then you can really come off whichever way you want. You can really kind of induce that snap oversteer. It's a really good way to get a lot of pace out of it. I don't know if these cars are remotely similar, but the way you described it, trying to kind of ease on the brakes, not to overheat them, and then you can kind of just come off it to try to cool them down at the same time. Sounds very similar in that sense.
Well, it's actually more the opposite. You want it to sort of really sort of slam on it to get that initial decel, and then sort of come back to sort of 40% just to sort of maintain that without sort of heat soaking. But these cars are like go karts. You just got to keep the momentum up. If you lose the momentum, that's where you just end up bleeding spots. So, well, 45-1 in free practice is pretty rapid from Stefano. So, looking forward to seeing these guys compete.
Well, I'll stop hogging the airwaves. We welcome to the Commons Box, JP. Hey, mate.
Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for the welcome. Excited to be here.
You kids play nice and enjoy Midnight Madness.
Thank you, sir. Looking forward to it.
Much.
See you later.
Green light, show them what you got.
So interestingly, a little bit of a smaller field here. I think Split Purple being as late as it is is open to a smaller field in general, and then of course this week where there's everything is a DLC, so some people may not have all the DLCs necessary to take part in this race. Some people busy with SRO and stuff like that. So we have a grid of, it seems like, only 17 cars. But we do have quite a few guys who are very close in terms of pace. So hopefully we can still see some good racing.
I think as well, State of Origin for our New South Welsh and Queensland viewers is going to be, it's finished now, but that'll have been the order of the day. So looking forward to a slightly fuller field next week. But as you said, Stefano and Lewis, less than a tenth between them, should be good going forward.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, we've seen some quick laps in the earlier splits, so I guess we can do the usual and try and predict a pole time here. I'm gonna go for a 44.5 from Ricciuti.
I'm going a 44.7 from Stefano.
Okay, so we're calling the same. I reckon you might have a bit of a wild card maybe in Strelnikov. I was in a practice server with him yesterday and he was going rather fast, so he might be a wild card in terms of that sort of top three battle there. Of course, John Sonicus, usually quite quick. His first race in this split, and he's normally up towards the pointy end, but he's not enjoying these cars, so we'll have to wait and see in terms of that. And then, of course, you have Kugeli, who has just improved so much. I remember 2 seasons ago, or last season, when we were racing with him, he was still sort of starting out as a pro-am, and then he just moved forward in the pack basically almost week on week and week, and his pace has just come such a long way. So I'm sure we'll see him put in some impressive lap times as well.
We love to see people just continually improving and seeing where they can improve and bring their racecraft up, and also their racecraft up to scratch as well. Not just the pace, but just the ability to sort of go side by side with some people. So, yes, Lewis, I'm pitching him for the front row as well.
Of course, I see we have at least one more car has joined, so we're now an 18 car field. Safety car has joined as well, but he's not partaking in the race.
He might.
I mean, he possibly could, but he's not for position. Let's put it like that.
Telfik joining as well. He would be a good shot. I don't know how much practice he's done in these cars, and I think you really do need to sort of give yourself half an hour in these cars to acclimatise and understand how they drive. But if he's done any practice as well, he was mighty at Watkins Glen a couple of races ago, so I'd bet on him to do reasonably well here in qualifying as well.
Yeah, he's definitely another one of those sort of kind of a pro-am, but actually pro pace, and he showed that a couple of times. As you said, at Watkins, he was monstrously fast once he got past Googly, and he got the win there. But yeah, he's a very good driver, and we should be seeing the first sort of lap times roll in the next minute or so, as we see Rachuti is the first one on track, just ahead of Viney here. So they have timed it perfectly to get.
I think 277 is just about to cross the lap line and give us a, unless it's a false, not blue dot, which we do see every now and then.
No, I think that was maybe a late outlap. But yeah, it's interesting to see how the liveries have worked out. So they've taken the custom liveries and from whatever car the drivers are driving in the normal season, like Pete Viney here is generally in the AMG, and they've taken that livery and stuck it on here. And it's a bit of an abstract art, but it actually works. His one works at least.
Yes, definitely. That one's actually, if you don't pay too much attention to it, it's not. And I think there's a couple of logos that have actually ended up the right way, which is a nice coincidence for him.
Yeah, I'm quite interested to see how mine is going to translate, because there's not a lot of lines.
There you go. I'm already wrong.
46 right off the bat. It's not a slow banker. Let's just say that. A couple of other times coming in there. John Sonicus in P2, Brad Cook, Alex Tompkin, and Pete Viney. So fairly close at the top. We'll have a couple of other drivers. Strelnikov there goes into P3. Notice that John has a much higher ping. I've noticed when I'm in the server as well. I think not sure if there's been servers that have moved around or something, but our pings have climbed very much into a red bar status. So hopefully it doesn't really affect the side-by-side racing too much, especially in these cars where, as you found out, you can race side-by-side for half a lap without too much hassle.
Yes, absolutely. And I was really surprised to find out you can go side by side through turn one without, it's not easy, but you can do it as long as both cars are keen to sort of play ball, which thankfully Connor Hind was. But yeah, so Stefano, the only one in the 44s at the moment. I think John and Dennis will be looking to sort of improve a little bit. I think that's a little bit below their where they would expect to be. It's a reasonably cool track, so we haven't seen a lap from Lewis or Telfik either. So we'll wait to see where they pop up into the standings as well.
And then of course we have Lucas Keys as well, who is normally in the Lamborghini. He was very quick at Suzuka last time, qualifying in the top 5 as well. So may well see something nice and fast from him as well. As Srichuti is coming across the line now, will he improve? He does not. I think he maybe had a bit of a poor lap. It's quite weird. I'm not sure if you have noticed the same thing, but for me, the first flying lap is where I get the most out of the performance. As you see Strelnikov there dive into the 44s. And then the tires just feel dead for about 2 or 3 laps, and then they sort of come back a little bit and give you some more pace. I'm not sure.
It might be graining. It always feels like that sort of graining. That push lap. Just you're actually sort of exceeding what the rubber can do, and you got to wait a little while for those little rubber balls to drop off. But we'll see if Dennis can push on for another lap. It's sort of really hard to tell where a good lap is. Usually you've got internal markers as to where, if the time is at a certain place when you go under a bridge or something, there's a lap. But just haven't got those references for these cars at this track.
Yeah, I have a couple that I've figured out, but it's quite tricky. But yeah, I mean, Ricciuti, we did a championship in the M2s, I think 2 or 3 seasons ago, and he was incredibly quick in these cars, really like fast out of the bat and great race pace. And of course, we all know he does have very good racecraft as well. So we had some lovely battles in that championship, and I suspect we will see him go a little bit faster than he has gone. I'm sure he's capable of a low 44, and Strelnikov maybe as well. Sonicus, I think he had a PB of about a 44.5 or something in practice. So time will tell if he can get up towards those sort of times in qualifying.
That
But as
Ferrari
you said,
livery has not come across.
it has not, no. Temperatures are perfect for going fast, so yeah,
No
I'm sure
excuses.
yep, exactly. As he crosses the line and does not improve, so he will have to go again in
Alex
an
Tonkin has
F2.
jumped in by 7,000ths as well, so that's probably not a name we were necessarily expecting to be up there, but again, if you put the hour in to sort of get, head around these cars, you can definitely do those 44s, and yeah, you very kindly ran a run through with all the guys on Monday night and sort of how to get the most out of these cars, so I've already spoken about how sort of momentum is the key. Is there anything else that you can sort of say is, the most different from the GT3 cars?
I would say for me, the one thing that I've found it's quite tricky is I'm sure you've experienced that it does not like to turn and brake at the same time. As Kugeli has put a proper lap in there. He's only almost 2 tenths off of Ricciuti. He will box, get some new tires up, and try again. But yeah, the car really doesn't like to have anything more than about 10 degrees of steering input while you're braking. So while the trail braking does work effectively, it's not the same as it is in a GT3 car where you can sort of brake all the way in towards the apex. With this car, the fronts almost feel like the ABS just engages too much, or they almost lock up, and you just push wide. As we see Taufik there backs out, he will go to pits. But yeah, apart from that and obviously only using basically free gears for the whole track is also a significant difference.
Yeah, Strelnikov's got himself within a tenth of Stefano, so I'm sure Stefano will be looking to find another tenth or two to make that gap a little bit more comfortable. And that's a pretty good field spread as well, 3.5 seconds. It's sort of been a bit more than that the past two splits, so good to see it all a little bit closer. Bodes well for the guys all staying within each other for the race.
And it's fairly close up near the top there. I mean, there's Tonkin and Sonicus, and Cook should be able to improve, I would guess. Maybe we can get that top 5 all within 2 or 3 tenths of each other, and that should make for some good racing. Will be interesting to see if Ricciuti can improve if he gets that pole. A very tricky first corner to go, because as you said, you can go side by side even in proper sort of race speed. But after start, P2 is on the outside, so you can carry a lot of speed and potentially get that overtake done in turn 1 there. So it will be interesting to see how the start goes, who gets the better reactions. But before that happens, we need to settle this grid. And I have a feeling in my left nipple, which is very seldom wrong, that we will see a couple of more changes and a little bit of improvement from that top 6 drivers there.
Yeah, I'm expecting Taufik to jump into that top 6 as he sort of gets his head around it. And but apart from that, it looks sort of, where you'd expect to be. I don't see any drivers sort of really sort of particularly out of position. It's more sort of as they juggle and sort of find a tenth that they wouldn't have otherwise known they could have. We'll follow Ryan Stimpson around in the plain black M2. That is very close to invalidation there.
And that was the one thing I was just about to mention, and that's what makes qualifying on this track so tricky, is you really need to use all of the track and the curbs. But because of that, you need to push the limit so far. It's so easy to invalidate just by half a centimeter. And I've been on many a good laps in practice where I just invalidate by freaking a testicle hair, and you lose what could have potentially been a PB. So it's a very tricky balance to find in terms of pushing for that ultimate pace while maintaining the limits off the track. But speaking of Valencia, I mean it's a new track in the game. It's OOR's first official race here in a league. Now we're using a little bit of a different car, but what are your feelings on Valencia as a track? It's also, of course, the next track for the endurance series, which will be taking place on the 1st of July.
I think, it's quite a short lap in a GT3 car, which, that leads to sort of the pace differential between cars sort of shrinking quite a lot, as John gets a hell of a lot of curb on the inside of the last corner. I think it'd actually be very interesting because I think there'll be a lot of packs sort of very, very close to each other and sort of not really able to do much. So there'll be people boxing to get out of traffic and having to make their way through slower traffic as a result. So I think you could actually find quite a strategic and complicated race that won't resolve until the very last stages. Would be my guess. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be available for it, but definitely. I reckon it'd be a genuinely interesting event. Probably not as much on screen. Lewis Sugley goes top by 0.02 of a second. There's your shake up, and Brad Cook jumps into the top 5 as well. But yeah, I think it'd be a very it wouldn't necessarily be an interesting race to sort of watch in terms of track action, but in terms of seeing the result resolve, I think for the strategy heads out there, I think it'd be a genuinely interesting race.
Yeah, for sure. As you said, it's Valencia will feature in round 7 of the Sprint Series next year in the GT3. So we will get our sort of first sprint experience in the GT3 cars. But yeah, before that, we're going to spend 10 hours lapping it, and it's a very tricky track to overtake on. I mean, we always say this, that it's difficult to overtake, and it seems like most of the tracks in ACC are quite tricky to overtake, apart from maybe Bathurst and Paul Ricard, where the straight plays a big role in it. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting, and it'll also be interesting to see how the sort of cars play out in terms of the choices. Not next year; it should be next season, which will be in a couple of months, Brendan. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see the car choices. At the moment, there's obviously a couple of cars that sort of stand out as the obvious choices, one would say. But yeah, looking forward to see what cars people go for. Driving the Ferrari, I really enjoy the Ferrari around here. I don't think it's the fastest car anymore, but it is certainly up there. So yeah,
It's pretty solid. It's not like it's miles off the pace, and it's a pretty sort of simple car to drive as well. So it's not like you're gonna be struggling to sort of get that really consistent, solid pace out of it. But yeah, it's I reckon that'd actually be a really interesting race to sort of see what the result comes. Not necessarily sort of to watch just because it'll be so compact and so busy. And Brad Cook.
here we go. Oof, look how close it is at the top.
Stefano's a long way up on this lap. We'll see if he can get that last corner right. It is a monumentally tricky corner. Curved braking zone, kind of hard to spot because you sort of approach from the middle of the track.
Oh, he's
Runs a
gonna leave
little bit
too
wide.
bad. Oh, he loses a lot of his gains.
He'll
Going
still
to
go on
improve
top.
by enough to go pole. But he'll be kicking himself there. He lost at least 3-4 tenths in that final corner there. So he'll be looking to get that in on this lap. And Brad Cook here, he's not currently up on his personal best. This will be his final lap. Let's see if he can pull anything together in his final 2 sectors. Very close to the track limits there. But he is still about nearly a tenth down at the moment, coming into what would be, for me, the trickiest section of this track. A couple of really, really late apexes. Not quite that late. I mean, you need to
That's
turn in
not
at
the
some point.
line.
But yeah, Ricciuti not improving there. We see Strelnikov here come around the final corner. Doesn't he invalidate? No, he doesn't. He's gaining time. He's gaining time. Actually, we're watching John Sonicus, not Strelnikov. I am a moron. He is gaining time, and this should put him into P4. Oh, almost.
Exactly half a second off Brad Cook there. Oh, sorry, Stefano.
Yeah,
But
Taufik, as you said, he should be able to get up there. He's improving. Lost a little bit on the exit there. Will he be able to regain some of it through this middle sector? This is also such a tricky corner. You need to be under power so much earlier than makes sense to your brain. It's just like there's no way the car's going to make it, but it just somehow sticks and pulls around the corner.
yeah, that camber, like it feels like it should suck you in more than it does. It almost feels like it's on camber, but the track sort of rolls you wide like an off camber corner. So very interesting. And Taufik sort of just bleeding off that little bit of time coming through the hairpin. We'll see if his final sector has some room to improve. He's definitely gained a lot of time on entry and he's going to pull it back on exit as well. So he's found a 10th. A 10th won't do much for him at the moment. He's a bit more than a 10th behind Tonkin and P7. And he's bleeding a fair amount of time through this last corner sort of complex as well. So without waiting to see if he can find a boatload of time in the braking zone and gains time on entry, manages to keep it going on the exit, he's going to find some time, but it's just, I don't think it's going to be enough. And as he crosses the line to find a 10th of a second, he ends the qualifying session.
Stays in P8. We didn't see what the lap time was, but I suspect it was very close. And it looks as though, I would say, the top 8 cars, top 9 cars there, all within about 6 or 7 tenths of each other. So very close in that top 10. But we have the sort of usual suspects up at the top. It's a little bit of an equalizing round. This, no complaints about BOP or this car is superior on this track or anything like that. Everybody is in the same car. Everybody has the same setup options available to them, and it just comes down to the driver actually driving the laps.
Everyone knows that red cars are faster though, right? That's a rule.
Is it red cars or do red stripes make it go faster? I mean, what do we reckon in terms of the actual science behind this?
Yeah, tell us.
The fact that he says M2 seems like the obvious choice. I mean, I'm not a betting man, but if I had to bet, I would say we're gonna see at least one M2 on the podium here. That's my prediction for this race.
I reckon BMW have the top 10 locked out for this one as well.
Certainly looking good in that Constructors' Championship, yeah, definitely. But anyway, we have our grid set officially. We have Stefano Ricciuti on P1. We have Brad Cook in second position. We have Lewis Kugeli, Denis Strelnikov, John Sonicus, Mohamed Zikri, Alexander Tonkin, Moyin Taufik, and Jake Brown, and Puit Viney, your top 10. Lucas Keys, Josh Wiley, I think, Ryan Stimson, Jay Mason, do not know the name, Dion Scarman, Mark Mitchell, Chris Marshall, and Jason Leonard Scott rounding out the back of the grid here. So we have 18 cars competing for victory. Nice little bit of segregation there between the pros and the pro-ams. One sort of pro a little bit out of position there with Keys a couple of places behind. But yeah, it's sort of the classes doing what they intended to do.
Definitely, and good shout out for you, Brendan Pauly. Even the Bentley safety car has been converted into a BMW. The German roots of those new Bentleys sort of really starting to show their teeth with that one. But also, sort of one thing I noted from the formation lap is sort of just because these cars don't have they don't have the straight line speed. It's actually, if you let yourself fall back a little bit too far behind on the formation lap, it takes a long time to actually get back up on the back of the guy in front. So it'll be it's a slower formation lap than you think. Even though it's the same speed as the GT3 cars, it's just a little bit. It feels very different just because you don't have that acceleration to bring yourself back up to speed. But 15 seconds, Stefano behind the safety car will lead them away.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit sort of 80 kilometers is 80 kilometers an hour, but when your top speed is about 100 kilometers less, then it's a much bigger percentage of your potential speed. So yeah, as you said, it takes a little bit of time to catch up. And I wonder if anybody was caught out in previous races or potentially in this race by not starting the race in second gear. I don't think you would be. The car barely does 80 in first gear, but
Barely does 50 in first gear.
that is also true. So
It is your pit speed limit of first gear.
it's such a weird gearbox. I'm really not sure what they were thinking with this gearbox. Just take out seventh and make all the gears a little bit longer.
I think it's actually the road car gearbox.
Quite potentially. I think the brakes are also very close to sort of stock brakes as well.
And I think the engine is, because you obviously the shift point's not redlining it. You almost treat it like a diesel and just sort of leave a bit on the top. So I think it's genuinely sort of the road car drivetrain with some stickier tyres and a little bit more down suck from the aerodynamics. So hence why they're so easy to race.
It is the road car box, confirmed by Darty there, Fleming. Yeah, I mean, even the extra suck, as you said, there's not a lot of it. There's just a little wing on the back, and that's about it, really. Maybe a little bit of a more aggressive spoiler at the front, but yeah, it's a pretty sort of stock looking car. But I mean, for me, they're really fun. I've always enjoyed the sort of slower classes, your GT4s, your M2s, or like the Mazda touring car in other games. Always been sort of my favorite classes to race in because the racing is just so much tighter and more competitive. And yeah, these cars are no different.
I saw R Factor 2 release their British Touring Car Championship mod the other day, which I reckon would be such fun to race as a pack like this. There's a little bit more grip, a little bit more speed than these cars, but still hilarious fun. But we'll get going for a race start, and Stefano will lead them alongside Brad Cook. Do you want to take this one, JP?
Sure will do. As we see Ricciuti leading away, Cook leading away, Kugli leading away, Strelnikov. They come towards the line. We are about to go green any second now. We are officially green. A great start from one of the black BMWs in the back there. Ricciuti with a good start at the front. Looks as though Kugli has gotten the jump on Cook. And Sonicus, they're making it 3 wide, nearly 4 wide in the back there, side by side. A little bit of contact there. We see one car go around. There is a bit of bonking going on, but it seems as though only one car really lost out there. I'm not 100% sure who that is. At the front there, it looks as though Brad Cook trying a move around the outside of Ricciuti there. Oh, Kugli very nearly makes contact with the rear quarter panel there. Manages to pull it away there, and the cars settle down a little bit. Line astern, Ricciuti is in the lead. We have Brad Cook in second, Kugli in third, Strelnikov in fourth, followed by, who is that? I'm not 100% sure, in the black and blue BMW, as the timing screen takes some time to upload. It is Zikri. Sonicus seems as though he is the biggest loser from the start. He's lost out about 2 or 3 positions near the front there. Well, I say biggest loser. I think Josh Wiley may disagree with that, as he is
Yeah.
way at the back of the pack there. But at the front of the pack, it seems pretty clean so far. I don't want to jinx it. Maybe I do. But they come into this tricky
Is that
section
round the
here.
outside of that hairpin?
He's certainly trying to make it work. He doesn't quite pull it off. Sikri sticks back up ahead of him, and they continue racing straight ahead into the final 2 corners here. Use all of that curb. See, the car is just bouncing all over the space. And it looks as though Kugli is looking to do something here on Cook. I think he knows that if he can't clear Cook quick enough, Ricciuti is well and truly gone. So he will try and get something done into turn 1 as they come down the straight for the first time. Will he be able to do anything into turn 1? I don't think he's quite close enough. Maybe he can set up a nice little move into turn 2 if he can carry enough speed. See Brad Cook hard on the brakes, gets it in towards the apex. Kugli very close to him. Goes wide as possible, but Cook just too quick there.
Well called, sir. And apart from that sort of little bit of mess in the mid pack, and I feel like sort of, John might have sort of gotten caught up in sort of seeing a car sort of go 90 degrees to the track, but managed to sort of catch it all back up. So, as you said, pack still all nice and close together. There's not too many gaps over a second, which is always fantastic to see after the first lap. And a couple of opportunities, if we haven't already seen in the past, splits for guys to go side by side and sort of see if they can force cars to go defensive when they didn't really need to. All the cars going really wide here in this sort of... I wish these corners had names. I'd have a better chance of actually working out where we are. But we'll go on board with Jake Brown here, following Denis Strelnikov. Really sort of backing the back end around that corner there, try and keep the front end rotating. We'll see how he approaches this corner here. There's 2 real ways you can do it. You can either come out really wide like Jake does there. The inside line also quite valid, as long as there's not another car on the outside, as I found out a couple of times last race.
Yeah, you do have to leave it a space, and unfortunately, if there's a car there, then the space very quickly runs out. But Kugli still stuck behind Cook there near the front. Zikri looks like he's a little bit of a cork in the bottle here ahead of Strelnikov. That is wide, potentially a warning for 2 drivers there. Sonicus and Taufik towards the back of this pack, as we see Ricciuti go faster than he did in qualifying, with a 44.4, I think.
That's just
That is
rude.
faster than he did in qualifying. So pretty solid pace right off the bat there. And Kugli really, really will need to get a move on and get past Cook if he wants to do anything about Stefano in this race at the moment.
That was Dennis, very, very wide at turn 1. Just got his little wheels off the green, which is, if you're not lucky, that is almost a guaranteed warning. So he might be carrying a speed token already. Jake Brown goes for a send, and Dennis sees it coming, gives him the room to actually do it, but he's managed to keep the inside for the next corner. We'll see if they can go side by side. I think Jake has worked out he probably shouldn't have been there in the first place. But John will look on with enjoyment, and we'll see if he's got the courage to sort of send it up into this next major braking zone. He doesn't, and sort of tucks in behind. Everyone runs a little bit wide. Sort of these brakes come up to temperature. But yes, that was... I don't know if that was a misbraking or what that was from Jake, but he shout out to Dennis for sort of seeing it coming and giving him the space to do it, and then Jake redressing it almost looked like.
And he has undressed it again as he goes back ahead of him through, let's call it Carnage Corner there, as Mini Simeon has put a little bit of a bonk on the rear there from Strelnikov. Watch the rejoin from Jake. John is right on the rear of Strelnikov here, looking for some space, not being given much. Will he be able to outbrake him? No, he settles back in to the back of Strelnikov there, and he tries to get a good run onto the straight, but Strelnikov with a very strong exit there. 44.2 from Rachuti. He is absolutely fine.
That is hoofing.
It's one of the nice things about this car, though, is because it uses so little fuel. The sort of pace that you can run with race fuel versus quali fuel is not all that much different. But that is still, regardless of how much fuel he's carrying, that is a very, very quick lap time. With with still 54 minutes remaining, so he has at least 25 to 30 minutes of fuel in that car, so pretty impressive.
We hope,
there from
anyway.
him.
We don't know, but we hope he's got.
Yeah.
Was that Dennis going very wide there? We're catching a replay here of sort of what happened with Jake Brown. He just sensed up the inside, and Dennis sort of managed to get his nose in an area where Jake couldn't really defend it from, and that was definitely one way to sort of force the issue of trying to get past, as Lewis has Mohammed Zikri behind him still.
Yeah, that was an interesting place for a move. It's not really a braking zone. You're not really hard on the brakes. You're just sort of coaxing the car around the corner on the brakes a little bit. But he still managed to send it in there, and Dennis, good heads-up driving, gets out of the way and manages to live and fight another day. That was a cool rhyme. Anyway, Kugli very close to the back of Cook here. He has been since the start of this race, but that gap to Rachuti is climbing ever so rapidly. It's already 3.5 seconds, and they've only done, what, 4 laps, 5 laps? 3 laps, actually, sorry. So just insane pace from Rachuti here, really laying down the gauntlet, and so far nobody's able to answer it. As I say that, Kugli gets a great run out of the final corner. He should be able to be very nearly clear by the time they reach the braking zone for turn 1. He is, and he still stays a little bit tight to try and compromise Cook's line there, but he does get into P2.
Yep, nicely set up out of the last corner there. Managed to sort of outwit Brad with the exit, and John has a look to the inside of Dennis here, and Dennis completely misses the braking point, and John will say, "Thank you very much. I will take that," and rolls ahead into P5, and with about a second to chase in Mohammed Zikri. But those 3 cars ahead are having a bit of a ding dong, and I assume that 1.5 seconds will just melt away very quickly, as that gap to Stefano has grown out to 5.5 seconds. So Brad and
2 seconds in 1 lap. It has grown.
Nuts.
It just shows you how much fighting can cost you in terms of time. But I think Kugli would really love this battle to sort of settle down, and he can get into a rhythm and maybe try and pull away from this pack a little bit. John gonna need to do something special to get through on Zikri and Cook ahead of them. We saw how tricky Cook was to overtake there. John with a little bit of a crappy exit there, but gets it in towards whatever this corner is called, and he's still ahead of Strelnikov, trying to close that gap up ahead. I think it's coming down slowly but surely, as we see a car going very slowly in the background there. Car 23, that's Dion Scarman. Not 100% sure what happened to him.
There's a massive old battle for P13 all the way down to P17. Finishing up with Jason on the squad is Taufik is that him going down the inside of Jake Brown? It certainly was into the last corner. But if you go down the inside, you invite the guy on the outside to get a much better exit onto the main straight, and it's a long time to pay the price for that compromised entry. So Jake Brown will have the inside for turn 1. Goes probably we'll see if he goes a bit deep. No, manages to keep the line, and it'll be up to Taufik now to see if he'll dive into turn 2. Thinks better of it, and they will settle in for another lap. And here's that battle I was mentioning before.
So we have Mason, Leonard Scott, and Marshall, the 3 AMs in the race, all within less than a second of each other. So the AM podium is basically all the AMs in the race, and they are sharing about 10 square meters of track here. Mac Daddy saying in chat that John is having gearbox issues, which he's been plagued with for a little while now. So he may well need to do something about his wheel at some stage. And Mini Simeon saying, I like these kind of single make races. They're great. It's always tight and skill beats everything. First place is stacking up best times and running away with it right at the start. And it's what I was saying at the beginning of the race as well. It's sort of, I don't want to say separates the men from the boys, because some people are just not maybe suited to these type of cars, but it takes away the complaining about you're in a better car, you're in a faster car. But it is great racing, and John has gotten past Zikri. I'm not sure if Zikri made a small mistake, because they've sort of all fallen a little bit behind Cook there. And now it's going to be up to John to try and chase down Cook to get onto that final podium position. Strelnikov getting to read the fine print under the badge of Zikri ahead of him, and will he be able to get anything done coming towards turn 1 for a move on Zikri?
He's going to have a think about it.
He's thinking, he's doing it, he puts it up the inside. Zikri allows the space, and that was a bit of a weak defense there from Zachary. Yeah. But anyway, Strelnikov gets the move done. Maybe Zikri just trying to live and fight for another day and manage those tires, maybe running a bit long or playing the strategy game. But yeah, not the most aggressive defending I've ever seen.
And I'm not sure what gearbox issue you would have with this car. There's only 2 gears that really matter in this car, so as long as you can go down 1 and up 1, you're usually pretty good.
Yeah, but you've heard John when he's shifting as well. It usually takes about 9 clicks for one of those shifts. So
yes, and half the planet hears those clicks as well. So Ryan Stimson right on the back of Mark Mitchell here. This is for P4 and P5. This is the battle for P5 in the Pro-Am race. Pete Viney's sort of in a bit of no man's land ahead of these guys, which is pretty uncomfortable to be in. You know, it's I've found sort of, you know, just because we don't run these cars much, having another car around you to be your reference and work out where you're going is pretty handy. So it can be pretty challenging as Mark Mitchell goes very deep. And, Ryan will say, thank you very much. I will have that spot. Is that a dirty front end with that BMW, or is it just the munted livery?
I think it's the... I don't know, but Jason Leonard Scott has taken the lead in this battle here. Marshall in second and Mason in third. But yeah, I'm not sure if that's the paint job or just had a bit of a contact somewhere. But yeah, difficult to tell. Anyway, the AM battle continues. Jason Leonard Scott is leading it, and he'll be trying to get a bit of a gap going. Is that a kind of a cougar or something on the roof? I don't know, it looks like it's the cursed livery round. But yeah, Jason Leonard Scott has taken the lead. He's not very far ahead of the cars behind him. So actually, no, I stand corrected.
That's a very wide line from Joel Mason there. That'll be a speed token, and I would dare say sending up the inside after having done that will be frowned upon. So he filters behind Jason Leonard Scott as they all go very wide there.
Okay, yeah, that is a damage.
That is damage.
Okay, I think we can all agree on that.
It suits it though.
I mean, it fits in with the livery somehow, so I guess can't complain too much. But yeah, up towards the front, that gap to Kugeli is still growing, but it's not growing quite as quickly as it was earlier in the race. But Cook has managed to stick with Kugeli pretty effectively. There's less than a second behind him. John Sonicus not really closing that gap very much, and he does have Strelnikov for company there. A little bit behind that, we have Zikri, who is potentially... Whoa! That is a very, very big moment there for Joel Mason, and he manages to save it. What a fantastic save.
That is
Very quick wheel work there.
fair play to both these guys. And yes, when you see me, a speed token is a track cut warning. So if anyone's unfamiliar, you get 3 of those in a race. And sometimes it's very RNG as to when you get them. But they do give you the opportunity. As Josh Wiley's going to look down the inside of the last corner here. He's got the nose almost alongside, backs out a little bit, and Mason in front of him gives him the space to sort of pull that car up, which is really good racecraft. No point sort of binning you both if you can help it. So they will race down the main straight, and Josh has a monumental toe, but not quite enough to pull onto the back of Mason there. And yes, it's game judged, Mini, and Mason's gone very wide at turn 1. It's given Josh the opportunity to take the inside for turn 2, which the camber really likes and lets you to do. And Wiley's Mason's really sort of building up those little track cuts. That damage might be hurting him a bit more than we thought.
Yeah, it's a very easy track to get warnings, but if you get a very good lap sort of early on in your stint and you're not improving too much, it's quite lenient sometimes in terms of not actually giving those warnings. So it's important to sort of get a good lap somewhere early in your race, and that will assist you with avoiding a drive-through a little bit later, as Strelnikov closes right up to the rear of Sonicus there as they come through that very, very tricky right-hander using all of the curb on the outside, and then this corner just feels like it never ends, and then before you know it, you're hard on the brakes, and then you're looking for an apex, and then you're already on the power trying to exit onto the straight. Such a tricky corner, but John makes the decision to go for a very, very early pit stop here. And for those who are maybe watching the first time or who are unaware, this is just a normal sprint round. It means it's a 60-minute race with 1 mandatory pit stop where drivers are forced to change their tires. So a pit stop takes at least 30 seconds longer if you have to repair any damage. So Sonicus, first of the lead drivers, apart from Tonkin, but I think Tonkin was a little bit back on that pack. They are the first drivers to complete their pit stop. So it's going to be interesting. You have done your race, Tom. How was the tire wear on this car for you? Was it noticeable or not really that bad?
I don't know if it was a skill issue, but I tried for the undercut because it was really hard to tell if I was losing pace behind Ben Hignett in that last race, but I tried the undercut and ended up 15 seconds behind him. So I don't think it worked. I don't think the tyre wear is anywhere near as bad. It's more sort of managing those brake temperatures and keeping the sort of, your lap times really consistent. And yeah, I don't think wear was legitimately a problem. There were just laps where the tyres just decided you're not going to have grip this time around. You're going to do a 147, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, it do be like that, but I've never heard of an undercut failing quite that badly that you're coming out.
Yeah, I would say there's significant skill issues in that one, but it definitely, I definitely didn't sort of find miles of extra pace on the fresh tyres, so I don't think there's any sort of specific benefit to undercutting or overcutting. We'll wait to see where, I think John has retired. I can't see him on that list anymore. Oh, Josh. He's got 15 seconds for some dangerous driving on that one. And yeah, I think he has unfortunately dropped out, which is a shame. Chris Marshall having his own little problems in front of these guys, so we're going to have a 3-way now. So definitely a shame to lose John. He was definitely up there in pace-wise, but I think Dennis Strelnikov will be happy to see the end of that kart.
Yeah, maybe just those shifters finally taking their toll and him not wanting to deal with that for too much longer. Mini Simeon saying a DT in this race could kill any points possibilities. No, because you score points all the way down to 30th. So if you finish this race, you will score points. And we see Graham Hill saying tires felt like they leveled out after 10 to 15 minutes and then could have gone for ages. As John pulls in, it shows delivery on
the replay. There you go.
Yeah. It actually works quite nice.
Yeah, that's actually quite nice.
But yeah, we look at Stefano Ricciuti. That gap has actually come down by 2 tenths since the last time we saw it. So good stuff from Kugeli. I think he would have really liked to have gotten clear of Cook on lap 1.
With the 7 second gap though, you can just do whatever you want at the front as long as you don't make any real big boo boos. If you can make out 7 seconds in 10 laps, you've always got the pace in hand if Lewis decides to put the foot down. So I reckon Stefano will be pretty comfortable at the front there. As we've got these 3 cars still battling. Marshall, Wiley and Leonard Scott. Wiley, of course, with that 15-second penalty that he'll serve in his pit stop. And yes, hello Matt Rowson. Great to see you. Always nice to see some first-time watchers. If you're interested, feel free to join the Discord. We have rookie races, so if you're not that sort of far up in your sim racing career, we'll get you up to speed, show you how it all works, get you around the tracks, show you how best to drive these GT cars. Race control, that's a really important question. Queensland or New South Wales? No context, go.
I would like to point out that I have only 2 R's in the second part of my name, but if I had to choose based on the state of origins that I've watched, I'm gonna go with the Maroons. Let's go with Queensland for no clear reason, just purely to piss off probably half of the people watching.
Interesting choice.
Yeah. I honestly, I've enjoyed watching the State of Origin in the past, but I don't really follow rugby league. I just know it's one of the most physical games I've ever seen. So pretty fun to watch, but not really a big rugby league fan. And I know it's a bit of a religion there amongst certain people. So as we see Taufik, they're very close to Zikri, close that gap. Again, too many R's. If anybody hasn't seen the movie Triple R, though, I recommend watching that as well. A fantastic Indian movie. But yeah, Matt Rawson saying I'm there for rookie. Would love to join some practice sessions. Jump in the Discord, mate. There is a link in the description below. While you're on your way back or down there, just tap that like button. Helps the streams to get a bit more visibility. But yeah, certainly join the Discord. You can join the rookie service. There are very detailed track walkthroughs every Sunday. There are races on Tuesdays. We have the Sprint Series on Wednesdays and Thursdays. We have an Endurance Series that runs basically monthly. We have a GT3 Esports Cup that is starting fairly soon as well. And then we also have a Racing Academy, which will teach you everything about racing in ACC, all the way down from setting up your gear to setting your graphics, setting your FOV.
All the way through to how to make a cursed livery like these ones. So for anyone who isn't otherwise aware, so this race is typically a GT3 race, as Chris Marshall cops 15 seconds for causing a collision a couple of laps ago. Typically, everyone's sort of in the same GT3 car for most of the series. This is a bit of a one-off, but what they've done is they've ported the livery file from the other cars they drive and just dumped it on top of the M2 and sort of said, let's see what happens. And as you said,
some things happened.
Some things have happened, and some of them are good, as art sometimes happens, but a lot of them are bad. There's nothing really that terrible, but they are most certainly cursed. I do miss the old ugly livery rounds, though.
Yeah, that was always quite nice to see. I mean, you had some drivers who basically ran an ugly livery the whole season, but yeah, certainly some interesting sort of artworks, as you called it, coming out this week with the deliveries being ported over, some working, some not. But yeah, Matt Rawson, check it out, and of course, our Sprint Series sponsor is Simrigs.com. Go there if you want to buy any sim racing gear, and any Patreons of OOR will get a 5% discount. And who doesn't like free money?
Love some. We'll follow Stefano around in his lonely little run around at the front. He's starting to catch up some blue flags now. If that's Alex Tonkin, then his attempts to massively undercut the field will be suffering a little bit, as he does have to let Stefano through under the blue flag rules, which he is looking to do right now. I don't know if that was him, but You know, the rule is that, you know, if you do get within a second, as soon as it is safe to do so, you must yield the position. As Josh goes very wide at turn 1, probably earns himself a speed token as well, inching towards that drive-through penalty.
I'm not sure if we saw any track limit drive-throughs in the previous races, though. Was there any? I'm not aware of any.
I
There were a
think there
couple
was
of
one on the
drive-throughs
last.
for
I think there was one on the
internet.
last lap.
Okay.
I ended up on 2. I know Jacob Weatherburn had 3 with about 40 minutes to go, as seems to always be the case with these sorts of tracks. But
Yeah, we
yeah,
did a practice race on Monday, and Robert Maddox got 3 warnings on the first lap. So
that's always good.
if I could maybe give a pro tip, don't do that. That's not good for your race.
It's always fun giving a car to your teammate in endurance and saying it's got 3 track warnings as well. Good luck. Don't do that
and,
either. That's not good teamwork.
No, it's not ideal, and especially when your teammates with John, he generally tends to get that drive through, and if it's Paul Ricard, he'll get you back to 3 warnings before he gives the car back, as he did in a recent endurance race. But this battle here between Marshall and Wiley, very, very spicy. Jason Leonard Scott just behind him. I'm not sure if Leonard Scott maybe had a bit of an incident or just lost out on pace alone, because he was clear of Marshall a little while ago. But of course, Marshall and Wiley both have those 15-second penalties that they will need to serve once they decide to take their pit stops. Neither one of them making it this lap, but that will, of course, give Jason Leonard Scott the track position. And the gap behind is about 18 seconds to Scarman, and then Mason has dropped well off as well. So Leonard Scott in prime position here to take the AM class win in split purple.
Absolutely, and the Benetton Kahuna ex Ferrari, now BMW. But yeah, Josh Wiley is really flirting with the track limits there and just begging the game to give him a drive through at this point now, to go on top of that 15-second penalty. Just trying to have a look and see if there's any other genuine sort of battles as well. I know P5, it looks like Mohammed Zikri and Moeen Taufik are still within sort of half a second, and Josh Brown is about a second behind as well, just waiting for them to trade blows. But apart from that, I think, you know, apart from this and that battle, that's all we've really got at the moment. A little bit of field spread going on as the pit stops are about to start flowing with about half an hour to go.
Yeah, I would expect the sort of half split pit strategy being the optimal strat here. Really, there's not much point running too long or not much point pitting too early. I'm not sure if Tonkin pitted to fix damage or if it's a strategic decision, but don't think it has worked out particularly well for him. But yeah, as you said, Zikri and Taufik, as Taufik dives into the pits there, that was the battle for the Pro-Am lead, with Jake Brown not too far behind the two of them. So very tight battle there, and then the sort of AM battle has settled down a little bit now with the penalties and Mason dropping down the field a little bit. So I think Jason Leonard Scott is in a fairly safe position here. Just needs to keep the car on track for another 32 minutes or so, and he should be able to take the win in class. And the Pro-Am battle is certainly going to be very interesting because Taufik is the one attempting the undercut at the moment. And as you said in your race, it didn't work well for you. Maybe he is able to sort of bridge that skill gap and actually make it work.
Yeah, Josh Wiley and Chris Marshall having a battle for the ages at the moment. All three, both cars go a little bit wide there at turn 2. I think they've all gotten away with it, but I think JLS, if I'm him, I'm just letting these guys do their own thing and taking themselves out at the moment because they've both got 15-second penalties. I've got 10 and a bit seconds to Dion Scarlin behind me. I can afford to let these guys just do what they need to do, and delete themselves from in front of me because I can see this three-way battle turning a little bit sour with the way those track limits are being explored. I think, you know, it's always good to see really sort of hard, tough racing, but yeah, as Chris Marshall goes very, very deep on that sort of really wide hairpin at the end of the second sector. They're going to go.
Wiley gets through. That's a bit of a send. Will he be able to pull it up? He manages to sort of, and he gets a good exit there and he gets the move officially done. Jason Leonard Scott he has the front row seat to this battle, and I think he, if he would, as you said, the smart move would to not be too involved in this, just wait for things to sort of settle down a little bit before you start making your moves. But he's very close to Marshall here as they come into the final corner. And will he be able to get a good run out of there? Not particularly. I don't think he's really close enough for that slipstream to mean very much. But Tom, there's a question that I want to ask you. We have 3 rounds remaining in the season. We of course have Bathurst next week, which, if I'm not mistaken, is a 80-minute race without any mandatory pit stops. Then we follow it up with a race around Zandvoort, which is going to be a standard Sprint Series race, which means a 60-minute race with 1 mandatory pit stop. And then the final race of the season is a 70-minute race at Nürburgring. Which round are we most looking forward to?
I'm going to say the thing that's going to annoy you the most and say the Nürburgring. I actually genuinely enjoy that track in any car. I think it's a proper, test every single aspect of a car's handling track. I'm not too much a fan of Zandvoort, and I just haven't sort of got my bearings around Bathurst and GT3 cars, as you know. I'm not too recently back in the seat after a bit of a long layoff, and Bathurst is one of those ones where just sort of hours really sort of show their worth, I think is a good way to describe it. So as Jake and Ryan Stimson both duck into the pits. Zikri, sorry, yeah. So I think I'm looking forward to the Nürburgring most. It's the track I'm most familiar out of those 3, and I reckon it's you can race close and it's pretty hard to overtake, but if you can make it stick, it's a good move. So yeah, looking forward to the final round.
I think you may be confusing me with John, because I actually enjoy Nürburgring.
Sorry, my apologies.
John dislikes it severely. But yeah, Nürburgring, I mean, Bathurst, my love-hate relationship with Bathurst continues. I haven't actually driven it in the new cars and the Ferraris, so since the update. But it is the challenge of Bathurst is always exciting, and it's fun. The practice for Bathurst does my head in and gives me many, many grey hair.
Is Stefano going to beat these guys out? That's going to be...
Nope.
Yes, oh, that's close.
Because he needs to stick on the pit line, so he should be able, hopefully. Marshall, is that Marshall? No, it's Wiley, sorry. Wiley will let him go. Wiley has not quite let him go yet, does he now? Oh, almost contact there with Ricciuti. And Wiley really needs to get out of the way here. He is impeding the leader of the race, and he's still
for position.
complaining. Oh, that is true. That is true.
It is for position, so he has every right to defend it, but there is definitely the thought process that it is better just to let the leader go through. Don't try and hold him up. Don't hold your own race up. But he's more than entitled to try and defend his position as long as he doesn't keep driving off track and sort of wasting everyone's time. We'll see if Stefano has a dive up the inside into this braking zone, or if Josh outbrakes himself. Keeps it tucked down the apex. That'll frustrate Stefano to no end. Not really another opportunity coming up until maybe the last corner, and that's properly challenging. We'll see if Josh can pull that up, and he cannot. And does he?
With a drive-through.
That's going to take him well out of that battle for the, not the pro. Well, I mean, he's always in the battle for the the AM podium, but so yeah, that'll lighten Stefano's day. He's got some really clear track in front of him. He can just settle in, do his own pace, and the guys behind him will do well to learn from sort of how he drives that car, how he approaches the braking. As you said, Mini-Simeon, brake temperature is, I actually think it is sort of the problem. Sometimes you can brake in the same spot, and you'll just go 10 meters long. I don't know if you found that, JP, but just sometimes if you get it wrong, if you get your trail braking wrong, it will not stop, and you can't turn it while it's trying to stop. So, yeah, brake temperature is a bit of a problem. So you sort of got to brake a little bit earlier and just sort of let the car roll in.
Yeah, very important to carry that momentum through the corners, as you said. But yeah, the brake balance or brake markers, you brake what feels like exactly the same spot, and this car sometimes just feels like it weighs 9 tons. It just doesn't slow down. I mean, it only weighs 1.6 tons, but it certainly feels heavier the way it sometimes lacks in the braking department. But yeah, so it looks as though Taufik has come out behind Zikri after the pit stops. It seems as though the undercut hasn't really worked. Jake Brown right on the back of both of them. So this sort of battle for, what is that, P5 in the Pro-Am class continues on track. Looks as though Taufik not really as comfortable in these cars as he is in the actual GT3 cars, as he's normally towards the pointy end in those. But yeah, with a couple of drivers at the front of the grid here yet to perform their pit stops. So Ricciuti is still currently your outright leader. It'll be interesting to see what the gap is between him and Kugli, as Kugli, Simpson, and Viney all three dive into the pit lane. So we will get an indication of what the gap is between the leaders. I'm sure Ricciuti lost maybe a second or so just on that outlap being stuck behind. Or was it Wiley, I think, or Mason? Wiley, sorry. So yeah, kind of interesting. Oh, you don't want to take too much of that sausage. It can put the car on two wheels. But
But it's
luckily
so
for
good for
them,
the camera.
it does look spectacular, I will say that. Yeah. Oh, Taufik around the outside of the final corner. He's not
He's
going
not
to
going
get
to
a
get
good
that
exit.
slowed up. And that's
That is
going
going to
by
cost him
Jake Brown.
position. Sorry, you go.
Yep, Jake Brown's got a mighty exit out of the final corner, and if my eyes don't deceive me, he's going to be right on the tail of Mohamed Zikri as well. Well and truly in a position to have a better exit out of turn one here, and just what a massive slide on the way out there. And just see if he's going to position to poke his nose in. Moyen's going to have a look around the outside, nothing really doing there. But this battle towards the end, I think, is going to be pretty exciting because these guys are all pretty similar on pace. They're all pretty comfortable in the car now. Everyone's tyres are up to speed, and hopefully these guys will battle to the end because that's what we like to watch.
Absolutely, and I think we're going to see a tight little battle as well for the final podium position, as Strelnikov is only half a second behind Brad Cook. So towards the end of the race, that is also going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. Gap from Kugli to Ricciuti seems to be around sort of 8 or 9 seconds. So the longest stint for Kugli hasn't really worked out. But I mean, I just think he does not have the pace to really match Ricciuti today, and that's not really an indictment on Kugli. It's more it's
A compliment to Stefano.
admiration of Ricciuti's enormous amount of pace that he has shown so far throughout this race.
Yeah, here's Brad Cook with Denis Strelnikov right on the back, and I think, is that a back marker between? No, Brad Cook. Sorry, that's a back marker underneath. So
That's Scarman, who's technically for position.
yes, it is actually. So we might get some 3 wide action here. And if I'm Scarman, I'm going to back out of this and let these guys do battle. I don't want to be Dennis right now in the middle of 3 wide's not a good place to be. Dion, I think, takes the wise move and backs out of that one. We'll see if Dennis wants to have a dive into T2. Doesn't think about it, and Brad Cook will live to fight another day. And I think really intelligent driving from all three. Now, Dennis, absolutely brave sending it, making it 3 wide, but then for Dion to sort of acknowledge that he's not really in this race and back out of it, that's really intelligent racecraft. So shout out to all 3 of these guys for putting on a bit of a show.
Yeah, as we said earlier, he has no obligation to move out of the way, but as the driver who has already performed your pit stop and is fighting for position, you generally hope that they get out of the way as quickly as possible so you can sort of get on with your battle. And yeah, Scarman there being the smart man and just sort of not getting his nose too involved in that battle, and Strelnikov and Cook still less than half a second between the two of them. And Strelnikov got a great exit out of the final corner on that previous lap, and he'll certainly be looking to maybe get close enough to do something like that again. That could potentially be a warning there. So I think the warnings for a lot of the drivers will slowly but surely be piling up. And can he get close enough? Oh, big old moment for Cook on the exit there, but seems to carry enough momentum. Now Strelnikov needs to be brave on the brakes here and then get a very, very strong exit. He's not quite close enough unless he can absolutely nail this.
Once
But
close.
these are still nose to tail, and that is Jake Brown trying around the outside. Doesn't quite work, but he gets a good cut back there. Gets a good run on Zikri. He sort of forces Zikri towards the inside almost, makes him defend. And Taufik, he is right behind this side-by-side battle, waiting to find out what is going to happen, as are we as we enter the first corner side by side. Looks as though Brown has braked a little bit more. That's maybe going to allow Taufik up the inside. He will be up the inside of Brown. He's not quite close to Zikri to get that move done, but he does gain a position. Very good opportunistic driving there. But Brown sends it back, and he could potentially gain another position here. Zikri doesn't give him all that much space on the apex. A little bit of a wiggle there from Zikri. Cook is... Oh, sorry, not Cook. Yeah, it is Cook. Ah, it's Brown. It's Brown. He goes around the outside. Will he be able
This
to
is
make...
fantastic.
What great racing by all three of these drivers. Taufik tried to take the opportunity. Brown said, no thanks, mate, this is mine. And they are still side by side. Taufik looking for a way through on Zikri. Can he get something done? He's going to have the inside into the following corner. If he can stay in position, he does have the toe from Brown ahead of him as well. They come into this very tricking braking mark, and all of them headed Taufik in towards the apex. And Zikri has lost 2 positions before he was able to blink twice.
Shout out to all three of those guys. That is brilliant racecraft from all of you to give each other the space to, you can... there's always a thing you have to leave a cars with. I always say you should leave a car and a half, because we saw Mohammed there have a monumental moment sort of coming through that easy, flat left-hander out of turn 2. If you squeeze someone out to the edge of the track, you just invite a bit of an accident there. So shout out to all three of these guys for really sort of clean, calm, intelligent racing to sort of make that all work. And you know what? They're going to keep going down that main straight, I think. We're fighting here with Alex Tompkin, who is right on the back of Mark Witchell. That early stop has really not done him too many favours. But yeah, that 3 cars racing was fantastic.
Absolutely, and we rejoin the battle of Strelnikov versus Cook here. Strelnikov still unable to find a way through as they come in towards this sort of middle sector here. Not really any overtaking possibilities in these 2 corners. If you can get a very good exit here, you could potentially send one up the inside at the left-hander, but he is nowhere near close enough for that. Cook hitting all the right spots on the track, and this is a very important exit. The car does get a little bit squirrely on the exit here. Both of them very stable, and they come down towards this super tricky braking zone. Strelnikov is getting a lot of time to study Cook and figure out where he can potentially force a mistake. Cook a little bit sort of deep there, but he manages to carry a good amount of speed, doesn't really lose anything. And this is an area where it's very easy to try and send it. That's very deep from him. I was going to say send it up the inside, not the outside, but yeah, it's because it's such a late apex, it's quite easy to sort of go wide, and the car behind thinks there's an opportunity to sneak one up the inside, and that generally ends in tears because the driver on the outside is not expecting that and just shuts the door. And unfortunately, sometimes they catch some fingers in it.
But I think that's sort of one of the other reasons why I look forward to this race in a GT3 car, because we're coming up to the last corner here with Taufik. There's definitely more than one way to approach a lot of these corners on the racetrack. Whether you take a late apex, how you approach your braking zone, where you brake, sort of how much do you prioritize the exit, that sort of thing. There's definitely more than one way to skin this cat on this racetrack. So, if there is a battle, there's more than one way for it to play. It's tough to overtake, but you can genuinely set people up, sort of with a bit of intelligence and a couple of mistakes, as Mohammed Zikri absolutely teases and gets a drive through for track limits. That's really unfortunate. That's going to take him out of this battle. He's been driving really well up until this point. He's up in P7. Dion Scarman has pitted, and that'll drop him down. But yeah, that's really, really unfortunate. So should drop him about 2 or 3 places. Lucas Key's another 2 seconds behind. So not too much damage in terms of points, but it'll take him out of this battle, which is a genuine shame.
It's been a great battle between all of them, and Taufik there goes very wide as well. I think he just saw Zikri get a drive through. He doesn't want to get one by himself. Would like to point out that we do not condone skinning any cats, but it's just a figure of speech. But yeah, as you said, this battle is sort of drawn to a close now, and it looks as though Brown up ahead maybe has the measure of Taufik just in terms of overall pace. He's the leader of this little group now, and he's slowly but surely opening that gap. As we see, is Dion Scarman there with a stop go 30, which will be for speeding in the pit lane. Josh Wiley with a drive through as well. So a couple of sort of infringements just in the last minute or so, and really going to hurt those races. I mean, Zikri is going to lose a fair chunk of positions here because it's quite a long pit lane.
I haven't got the drive-through time up on my screen, so I wouldn't know. But yeah, we'll see. He's got a huge gap behind to Keys, and sort of the field spread back there, you know, and the sort of Stimson Tonkin's another 13 seconds. So I don't see, you know, him dropping sort of too much further down than 11th, but we'll see what comes out of it. If he's got some pace, he'll just leave the car out there and see if he can pull a bit more of a gap on Viney and Stimson and see if he can drag that out as Josh Wiley comes out from serving his drive through.
Yeah, see, battle towards the front there. Strelnikov fallen off the back of Cook a little bit, so that has settled down. These guys are still going at it, Hammer and Tong, and then we have Witchell, who has been overtaken by Tonkin. So Tonkin will be looking to chase down Simpson, although I feel like the gap ahead of Tonkin is quite large, it's 13 seconds. So unless he can get in some Uber laps or maybe just jump in a GT3 car for a couple of laps, I don't think that gap will really come down enough for him to get into that top 10.
I'll jump on board with Jason Leonard Scott, who is our lead AM driver at the moment. He is half a second off Dion Scarman, who is very, very wide through that last corner. This is a battle for position, and you know Dion's got a 10-second penalty, and JLS has 5 seconds, just a bit under on Chris Marshall behind. So he's driven well today, JLS. He hasn't had much practice. He sounded pretty unwell when I heard him in TeamSpeak earlier. So really good effort from him to, you know, not just drop miles off the pace. You know, he's had no practice, but he's sort of got his head around it, head down, and just sort of put the pace out that he can do, and that's all you need to do in these cars.
Absolutely. I mean, he's currently running in a provisional P13 and a class win, so I don't
There's
think
a
you can
drive through
really
for
ask him to
Scarman
do
now
much
as well.
more. Oof. Okay, so while we may not have seen many of them in the previous races, we have seen quite a few of them in a very short period of time now, so not ideal. And Mini Simeon saying, just check the update notes, they added a new car and more importantly beefed up the Bentley. They also beefed up the Honda, and yeah, there was another update which was an Imola and Silverstone BOP adjustments, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Imola, the BOP adjustments, obviously the SRO race, which also ran today. But the focus this evening has been on, not on Stefano Rasciuti, because he's 13.5 seconds out in front doing absolutely nothing interesting at all other than just pumping out lap after lap, which is just a little bit too much for Lewis to bet. So it's been a pretty simple race for Stefano. He's managed to navigate the start, got that bit right, and he's just going out there and just doing a bit of a hot lap stint, sort of seeing if there's any different ways to approach some corners or anything, just to eke out that gap a little bit. Munches that curb on the inside of the right-hander, that absolute chaos corner. We'll see his approach into the last corner. Sort of starts braking from about the middle of the track, lets the car drift right out to the right-hand side, gets it tucked into the apex nicely, swings the car out into the exit. And yeah, Lewis is just coming around towards that last braking zone as well, and he starts much wider. So, as I said before, a couple of different ways to really approach how you take this circuit.
Yeah, I also take the sort of the Lewis Googly wider line out there, try and square it off a little bit more. But yeah, skinning cat multiple ways is possible, as mentioned. But yeah, it's Ricciuti has had a couple of these performances so far this season where he's just sort of cleared off at the start and runs a comfortable race. He just does have that type of pace. And the split being a little bit later, it's not quite as stacked as some of the other splits, not taking anything away from the drivers in the split. They're all still incredibly fast, but there's a couple of sort of bigger names who are in the earlier splits, and we have Ricciuti, Kugeli, Cook, Strelnikov, Taufik, Sonicus, a couple of other drivers who are all exceptionally quick drivers in the split, but just that couple of tenths off the proper aliens as well.
I liked your belated mention of your brother. That was a nice touch.
Well, he's only recently joined the split, so and his hope was to finish a race, which has failed so far. So yeah, so far the move has not paid off, but hopefully it does for the next round. Although the next round is Bathurst, and
He's a
I don't.
massive fan of Bathurst from memory, isn't he? Wait, no, that's not right.
No,
No.
no, no. I mean, we both had a very much hate relationship with Bathurst for a long time. I've grown to appreciate it a little bit. He's still in the, I don't know, maybe step 3 of the grieving process. He's not quite at acceptance yet. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how He goes there. He is. I think he is planning on changing cars as well. So he's been having a bit of a hard time in the Aston Martin, and will be looking to move on to something a bit more competitive. But yeah, speaking of competitive, there's not really much going on track at the moment. Closest gap we have is about a second, and that is Taufik behind Brown, and I don't think he really has the pace to bother him towards the end of the race. We don't have that many people left watching, but I guess we can throw it to chat and ask them, what is your least favorite track in ACC? And I'll give it to Tom first so he can get the ball rolling, and then we can maybe see some responses from chat. In
Least
terms of
favorite track. That's always a hard one because it's obviously some tracks where you just dislike a certain part of it, but the rest of it you don't mind. Like I think Zolder, if you take away the RNG chicane, the rest of it's actually quite pleasant. But I think least favorite circuit would have to actually probably be Monza, just because it's just not that interesting. It's a great track to race on, but it just doesn't really have that anything interesting in there that makes me want to go back to it over and over again. Especially if I want to do some laps by myself or something like that, I definitely wouldn't go to Monza to do it.
yeah, I mean, Monza's it's a nice track, but as you said, nothing really special about it. It can make for some good racing just because it has, I mean, it's a couple of straights and a couple of chicanes, and that's roughly it. One very sort of big radius hairpin, but yeah, I think my feelings have been well publicized in terms of my dislike towards Spa. Al- Although I must admit, in the last week or so, Suzuka certainly it's crept up, very nearly dethroning Spa. Um, Not quite yet, maybe, but it's on there. I mean, they're almost sharing the top step of the podium.
So you dislike tracks with that really long lap time, that 2 minute plus.
Well, no, because I like Kota and I like Bathurst.
Oh yeah, sorry, no, Coach is my least favorite. That's it, done.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're fair enough, but still. See a couple of responses. Brendan Pauly with Suzuka, no grip. That is 100% accurate. I do not understand how they make a racing track so slippery. The weird thing about Suzuka is it's one of the only tracks for me personally that I felt where when it's cooler there's more grip, especially in the later updates. Like before in 1.7 when it was cool, you could absolutely just like go a second faster. But since sort of towards the end of 1.8, that hasn't really been as much of a benefit, especially when it's very cold. But Suzuka is the one track where I've felt like it actually improves the pace that you're able to get out of the car.
We saw Lucas Burst in the Enduro in the last stint, just bashing out 57s for fun.
Yeah,
and,
I mean,
and the pitch black night at 13 degrees track temperature. So I think the colder really does bring the car back to you in Suzuka. And a couple of votes there for Paul Ricard. Jamie Convoy, your comments, please.
I have questions. Lucas Keys is currently in P7. Lucas Keys just responded in chat as well. So I said questions. I have one question, and it is how.
That's a little bit show-offy, mate. You stick to driving. We don't need to hear from you in chat, especially when you got a little bit of gap to make up to Taufik in front of you. So get your foot into it. And luckily, I think Stimpson's unfortunately copped a drive, so he's only a second behind Pete Viney, who has been the invisible man this race. So that'll give a position back to Mohammed Zikri, who had a drive through earlier, of course. It'll be interesting to sort of see how far back he goes, whether he drops down towards where Mark Witchell is with that drive through. So 7 minutes to go. People are starting to get a little bit tired, sort of not really that focused in terms of keeping the car within those very strict track limits, as you mentioned before. We'll see how many more DTs have to come, as Taufik's really not driving particularly cleanly, but he's all over the back of Jake Brown.
Yeah, he's sort of taken about 6/10 out of him in the last couple of laps. I mean, a little bit earlier when we said there wasn't much going on track, he was over a second behind. now he's right on him. But yeah, Lucas Keys' cat is driving and running in P7, so that's quite a victory for the feline race. I would say they're really
What's your
doing very
cat's
well.
name?
Fernando Alonso.
Wow. Bin. That's rubbish.
I mean, that was good. I came up with that on the spot. That deserves a little bit of credit.
Malik, can I get your opinion on that one, please? That was hot trash.
I'm offended. I'm offended by the reaction. But yeah, interesting to see a lot of mention of Paul Ricard. I really dislike hot lapping Paul Ricard. It's an awful track just to run laps on, but it does make for fantastic racing. And the 8 hours in the rain, I know 8 hours in the rain doesn't sound like a lot of fun, but that was honestly probably the most fun I've had in an endurance race. Very frustrating, not gonna lie about that, but it's such a good track for close racing as well, just because it's so wide, it's so much runoff. So the incidents, when they do happen, they're generally sort of bigger incidents because they're a little bit more high speed, but there's certainly less incidents there. I feel like, oh,
Keep
Taufik
that on
with a
track, Taufik.
very much missed the braking there. And Kota, I don't know. I don't, apart from the track limits at Kota, I really like Kota as a track. I think it has a little bit of everything. Some really technical sectors, some fast flowing stuff. So I really like that. It's just the track limits are a little bit garbage.
Yeah, I think that track would be a lot better if half of the last sector was removed. I think that sort of that second little switchback left-hander, that really slow one, doesn't really add anything at all, and doesn't really need to exist for that reason. So yeah, that's sort of it would be better if it wasn't for that sort of little bit that just adds 20 seconds to the lap for no real benefit.
Yeah, that is true, but I mean, has no real reason for existing is basically my feelings towards the whole of Spa. So I guess we all have our spots that we dislike, and mine happens to be a huge area in the Ardennes Forest in Belgium. But I'm sure Stefano Ricciuti is loving Valencia at the moment. He has been absolutely dominant. His pace is still very solid at the front of the pack. He has not been under any pressure since about lap 1, and a very calm and collected performance from him. Just kept it on track neatly, been banging in the qualifying laps. A lot of laps where even some pro drivers would be happy with hitting those type of times in qualifying, and he has been doing it consistently in the race. So really a dominant performance from Stefano here this week at Valencia.
Sort of the race performance you really dream of if you're performing as a racing driver. Just get out the front and just keep doing laps and don't make mistakes. That's all you can really ask for. Yeah, as Tutti Frutti ran away with, that is a very good way to describe that car's livery.
I mean, I do want to lick it. I'll say that. I'd be very tempted when I walk past it in a parking lot to just give it a little lick, because it does look very tasty. But yeah, throughout the rest of the field, Lewis Googly, he was stuck behind Brad Cook for a couple of laps, finally managed to clear him earlier in the race. And he has capped Cook by about just over 4 seconds now, so good pace there, just not quite enough to really do anything about Stefano. Brad Cook has run a solid race. He is still under a little bit of pressure from behind, not as much anymore. Strelnikov now about a second and a half behind, so I think Cook has really done enough to sort of maybe break the spirit of Strelnikov there in terms of challenging for that final podium position. There's only about 2 laps remaining for these drivers, and then we have Jake Brown and Taufik still fairly close to each other, but we saw Taufik earlier really struggling a little bit with some big old moments and just not quite clean enough to close up towards the back of Brown and really challenge. And then a little bit further down the field, we have Jason Leonard Scott. He is leading that AM class by 6 seconds. So he's pulling that gap a little bit bigger on Marshall, and Mason, of course, had served the drive-through, so he's dropped to the back of the field.
Yeah, and as I said before, shout out to Pete Varney, who has been entirely invisible in this race on the podium there for the Pro-Ams as well. Sort of always been in his own little world. So and that livery as well has sort of come out almost like a camo almost. So neat little drive from Pete Viney, just sort of doing his own thing. Hasn't made mistakes, hasn't copped a drive through. So that's all you can really do when you've got no one around you. Get that rear end in check, Pete. And then Mohamed Zekri, that's a bit of a race of what could have been for him. He was up fighting with Jake Brown and Taufik in fifth. He'll be ruining that drive through and hoping for someone else to cop one as well, just to sort of bring that sort of balance that back out. But with 1 lap to go, you tend to sort of wind those limits in a little bit and just wheel the car home more than push it.
Yeah, and as you said, there's no real close gaps throughout the field, so none of these drivers are going to feel the need to really push too hard, as Richuti has started the final lap already. Taufik is the one driver who could potentially still challenge for position, but he has lost out a little bit on this lap. He's going to have one more lap to close that gap of 1.2 seconds to Brown and potentially make a move. As we've seen so far, it's been tricky to overtake, and I don't think he has enough left in the tank. He has brought the gap down by a tenth, but he's going to need a lot more than that to potentially get anything done on Jake Brown and take that Pro-Am win. But he's still going to take P2 in the Pro-Am class, which is nothing to sniff at, and a P6 overall in a very fast grid. So he won't be too unhappy with that. Most likely didn't do a lot of practice in these cars. I think that's a bit of a running theme throughout all of these splits so far.
And Stefano comes past some lap traffic. He's pointing it into that last sector now. He's sort of coming into this little this right-hander hairpin here. It's very easy to go deep here. Very difficult to sort of spot your turn-in point with so much sort of grey around you. He'll aim it towards this really clunky right-hander. Grabs a bit of curb on the way in. Keeps it tight around this sort of really long left-hander, which cooks your front right. Gets on the brakes for the last corner, gets it out nice and wide, gets it tucked into the apex, hasn't lost his concentration, hasn't lost his focus. He'll come across the line to take a well-deserved win over Lewis Sugley in P2. That is a very, very handsome performance from you, Stefano. Credit to you, mate.
Yeah, absolutely correct there. He was dominant from start to finish and qualifying, getting that Grand Slam with the fastest lap as well. And a little round of applause for Lewis Sugley as well. Fantastic performance from him. Crosses the line in P2, about 4 seconds ahead of Brad Cook, who did quite a lot of defending a little bit earlier, managed to stay calm and maintain that third position. Strelnikov in his first race crosses the line in P4, and then they will be followed by Jake Brown. Quickly behind him, you have Moin Taufik, and then we will have Lucas Keys, Pete Viney, Mohamed Zikri, and Alexander Tonkin rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, Alex Tonkin hauling out a top 10 after that very early pit stop. He'll be, if there's tyre wear, he'll be able to tell us if there was. So Jake Brown as well obviously took the Pro-Am victory with Taufik in P2. Pete Viney will come through to complete the podium for the Pro-Am class. And Jason Leonard Scott has come across the line a lap down to win the AM class. So well done to all of our class winners. Alex Tonkin will come across the line in 10th place. We'll wait for Mark Witchell and Ryan Stimson to cross the line as well. Couple more stragglers, and that will be. We haven't quite made it to midnight, but we'll still call it the Midnight Madness podcast.
I don't know what you're talking about, not even 9 p.m.
You shush.
Although I am feeling a bit sick, so I am quite tired, so I'm probably going to go to bed pretty soon. But Joel Mason will be the final car here to cross the line in that very second-hand looking BMW M2 Covenant Esports number 95, and he will be the final car to kick us over to the next session.
Green light. Go,
We
go,
will
go.
have a very quick look at the final finishing positions before we say good night. As we see there in the race, we have Stefano Ricciuti taking the win and the fastest lap. Lewis Quigley in second position, Brad Cook in third. And then in the Pro-Am class, we have Jack Brown, Mohin Taufik, and Pete Viney taking the podium there. And in the AM class, Jason Leonard Scott with a win, Chris Marshall, and I think it's Joel Mason, if I'm not mistaken. So that is it for Split Purple, and that is it for Wednesday night racing on Octane Online Racing Simrigs Sprint Series. We will be back tomorrow with Split Blue and Split Red for some more racing, so don't forget to tune in, as well as the EU region and North American regions a couple of hours after that. Tom, it's been an absolute pleasure to call a pretty interesting race with you, and I look forward to joining you again next week.
That's it, mate. Thank you so much for tonight, and thank you, chat, as well, for your participation. Enjoy your evenings, and we will catch you tomorrow.